Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to session 3 of Genesis 2025. My name's Philippa Clark from One Nucleus, so hope you've all had a good morning so far, suitably fed and watered. So we're going to move on to our first keynote panel, which is exploring technologies for impact. This is sponsored by Withers and Rogers, and I'd like to introduce you to our moderator, Simon Bradbury. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this keynote panel, which is entitled Technologies for Impact. I'm Simon Bradbury. I'm a partner and patent attorney from Withers and Rogers. I'm delighted to be accompanied here by the panelists Renos, Kat, Ola, and Kerstin. So maybe if we could just have very brief intros as to your experience and also your current role and responsibilities. So Kat, could you kick off?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Kat Stace. I'm Executive VP of Business Development for Kuano. Kuano is an early stage tech bio. We do in silico drug design using advanced quantum physics. My background is scientific before moving to the dark side of BD some years ago. I'm a multidisciplinary scientist by training, and I also have an MBA. I've been in the biotech industry now for about 20 years. And I've only ever worked for or with early stage companies. That's where my passion is. And my specialism has been around establishing biotech platforms. Back in the day, hands-on for the likes of Bicycle Therapeutics, and in more recent years, bringing the benefits of systems engineering, which is interdisciplinary coordination, to early stage companies that are founded on novel technologies.
Thanks, Kat. Kerstin?
Yeah, my name is Kerstin Papenfuss, and I run the pharma sector at Deep Science Ventures. We are a venture builder that's active in climate, agri-food tech, computation. I run the whole life science pharma space. And we create deep tech ventures from scratch, but not the traditional way where you go looking for a university technology and then spin that into a spin-out from a university. But we think these days science is becoming an engineering discipline. So rather than hoping for good stuff to fall out, you can also just invent it. So that you do that by taking a look at a given sector, understand the problem in that sector, and then figure out a solution using first principles thinking and then growing the companies from there. And yeah, we've done this now for many years, 7 or 8 or so, have created 56 startups in that time, created a portfolio value of over 500 million. And yeah, I think now it's a bit more of an accepted way that we can create deep tech companies that way. By training, I have a PhD in immuno-oncology, which is pretty handy. That's where a lot of the action has been lately. And yeah, since then, spent about a decade or so getting novel ideas for therapeutics out of the academic realm and into either spin-outs or partnerable assets. Initially leading the due diligence function at LifeArc, but then also leading commercialization of research at the Cell and Gene Therapy Catapult.
Ola?
Hi, my name is Ola Wlodek. I'm Chief Executive Officer at Constructive Bio. Constructive is a Cambridge-based company. We write entire genomes from scratch. We use that as an opportunity to completely change the makeup of proteins and peptides made by those cells. Before Constructive, I actually worked for a DSV company, which was very exciting. I've also worked in a number of other biotechs in Cambridge area, including Y Combinator funded companies, including classic biotechs. And I also worked for a little bit in big pharma, which is something I don't mention very often. But I've worked in QC/QA, which really aligns with my horrible personality. I have a PhD in biological sciences and the MBA, and I'm very happy to talk about platform companies and how IP portfolio can leverage a business model of a modern company. Thank you.
Over to you, Renos.
Thank you. My name's Renos Savva. I currently work at Discovery Park in the Business Development Office, and I also represent Discovery Park Ventures as their investment and incubation principal. I've been working at Discovery Park since I left school about 2.5 years ago. And before that, I ran a postgraduate course called Biobusiness, which was to introduce postgraduate scientists, either masters, PhDs, or even postdocs, about why their skills were essential to keeping the ecosystem running. And I am proud to say that a few well-regarded startups were inspired into being through that course at the University of London. Since then, at Discovery Park, I've been working with entrepreneurs in various kinds of tech, and my main role is to be as persuasive as possible about no matter how great your tech is and no matter how smart and passionate you are about that tech, that does not, by some magical dotted line, result in sustainable business or even investor readiness. So how did I fall into all of this, given that I never left school and I stayed at university? Once upon a time, a very influential man in the front row was working at one of the UK's only pharmaceutical companies back in the day, and I happened to be doing an industrial case PhD. The people I worked amongst there had brought things like Zavirax to the market, which I'm sure is a great relief to many. That's my pun for starter for 10. But it did inspire me to think, wow, research can actually result in creams that you can apply OTC. And it wasn't long before I founded a company called DomainX. It still exists, nothing to do with me anymore, but I'm still rooting for them. I root for a large number of companies across the ecosystem in the UK. 10 of them pitched this morning, and many more of them are pitching in a room just behind us. If you fancy a break and seeing some exciting, innovative science, I recommend you cross the foyer and take in some of these pitches. And that's just about it from me for now.
Right, well, you think that, Renos, but I'm going to start with you first. So, because of your role and the fact that you must see a lot of new companies and aspiring startups coming through your door, which technologies are exciting the life science R&D community at the moment?
Well, I think everybody's got AI in it, and I think you've got to be careful with AI because in many cases it's no more than ML. So really, have we progressed? Well, yes, there's been actually something of a precursor to generative AI around since about, I would say, 2015, 2016, but the number of startups running actual AI that's going to do something meaningful are probably in the minority right now, which doesn't reflect what's going on in investment. So for me, really, the things that are exciting me most are personalized and stratified approaches to healthcare. And we're not just talking about small molecules or biologics. We're talking about completely new modalities or mixed modalities that can also include things like early detection from biomarkers to other kind of vital signs that travel with us in our pockets all day. So I think this is going to shape the treatment landscape over the next few years. Anybody who can demonstrate to me that real-time data is informing their tech is a friend of mine right now.
Great, thanks for that. And what about that, Kat? AI, your company uses AI, but it isn't an AI company. So how do you feel about AI disrupting the life sciences?
I mean, I think absolutely it has some fantastic applications, and used in the right way for the right reasons. Like any tool, choose the right tool for the job. And so, absolutely, I think that it is just becoming a synonym for computation, and we need to be a little careful there. I think we need to, when we're working with AI, think very carefully about the sorts of data we put in, not just in terms of the quality of the data sets, but I'm working for a company that's changing the paradigm. We're changing what sort of representation we use for the world, looking through quantum physics rather than Newtonian physics to actually feed into that process, which enables you to actually see things completely differently. So I think with AI, like many tools, it's all about the application and what you feed it. There are other areas that are exciting me about innovation too, other than AI. I think it's not all about the digital innovations that are going on out there.
Thanks. And Ola, what do you think is an exciting sort of life science R&D technology at the moment?
I'm a lab rat and I want to see the material things. AI is very exciting, but I want to see those things in a tube or an organism, which can be written with an AI, but in the end of the day, it needs to be alive to get me really exciting. And I'm really, really at the moment thinking that we are at the stage when we can write entire organisms. We are able to design proteins with new functions. And this plethora of new modalities is what really gets me going. So I'm interested in all the technologies which are bridging the design on the DNA level with the matter being created being, protein, which is inspired by what we've learned about different proteins, or inspired by chemistry and has got elements in it which are completely new to nature. So those kinds of technologies which create new modalities is what really gets me going.
And so, Kerstin, we've heard a lot from scientists about what's exciting them and what they see coming through the doors. From an investment point of view, what seems to be exciting the investment community in the life sciences at the moment?
The same things. I mean, it's really the same things. We get as excited about the science as the scientists. I don't know why people always call us the dark side, just because we like money too. No, I like AI specifically in areas where it enables us to do things that we can't do yet, where it gets us to explore areas of biology that we might not be able to just see by ourselves, just because we just don't have the throughputs in our brains, and enables us to do things not just faster, but untapped areas of biology. That's what I get excited about. I'm really worried about this kind of AI painting. As you said earlier, there is every company has an AI angle to it. Investors sniff this out, right? They know this, and that just isn't enough. I think it's dangerous and makes it, people might not take you as seriously if you do that. So I recommend that you don't actually do that. And if you have an AI model, then you also really need to think about the business model. That, I think, kills most of the AI companies that I see. Just because you can provide a service doesn't mean that there's customers actually interested in buying those services. So for me, AI is a lot to do with the business model question. So we always look at, okay, how do you actually generate value on the back of this? And if people say, okay, we're going to do this as a service, then I want to see evidence that there's actually people buying it. And in terms of the actual stuff in the lab, I get quite excited by the prospect of us being able to make curative therapies. Now, if you kind of look broadly across diseases, I think we have many treatments for many things these days by now. But what they have really achieved is turning acute conditions into chronic conditions that need active management. But I think by now we actually have the tools and technologies out there that we can think about how do we actually cure them? How do we get down to this kind of causative change? What modalities can we leverage tailored to actually generate cures? So that's what gets me excited.
If I can just add something, just to shift the conversation on from AI, I think what that represents is something which more broadly excites me, which is where other disciplines are informing how we do drug discovery and biotech. So when you think about AI, that's the convergence of software and the traditionally wet sciences. We're also increasingly seeing the convergence of hardware with how we do the sciences. So all of a sudden, it's not just chemistry and biology, we throw engineering into the mix as well. And so that informs not just how we do things, whether that be closed loop and automation, whether that be just faster ways to do things, but also how we think through our problems too. So, in the engineering field, this kind of right to left, or left shift as they call it, focusing on the ultimate mission, the ultimate goal as early as possible, that's commonplace, and we have a lot to learn from that. And of course, in engineering, they're also more familiar with managing complex projects and complex problems too. So I think that's a really welcome change, and it's reflected in AI, but in lots and lots of other innovations that we're seeing at the moment.
I think that's probably a nice segue into the next question, which is around, is all innovation now becoming interdisciplinary? And I guess, one question, maybe back to Kerstin, is do investors like to see or even demand interdisciplinary teams, or do they prefer to invest in companies that show maybe sort of more siloed deep tech experience in one area?
No, it's definitely about the cross-disciplinary teams. I think that's where the exciting stuff is happening, bringing these kind of disparate areas together. And I think the magic does happen when you have teams that cover the different disciplines but have found a way to kind of communicate at that kind of abstract level that enables this communications between the two. That's what we're on a lookout for, and that's what we build on purpose usually.
This is a bit of a loaded question. But do you think there are hidden costs with using interdisciplinary teams, or do you think there's cost savings?
Obviously, because we're building them, I have to say that this is going to pan out and there'll be lots of return of investment. But yeah, sometimes it does take a while to find that magic, to be honest. And it's definitely not just locking two people in a room and hoping for the best. Sometimes you also need to enable them with that skill of abstract communication. Not everybody can do that. So it does take longer to build teams like that. And it definitely is a kind of narrower pool that you're building from.
And I've seen that firsthand as well. So Kuano is a multidisciplinary team. We've got deep theoretical physicists, software, computational chemists, drug hunters and biologists. And it's something which ultimately pays off because that's where the magic happens. That's where you do something that's truly innovative, truly differentiated. But at the same time, you know, there are differences in how people communicate, almost cultural differences around how you learn or approach a problem. And this is common, it's hard. You know, I studied this in my MBA, the challenges to interdisciplinary commercialization, and it's not easy, but it's a problem worth solving that will ultimately pay off.
And just going to you, Renos, when you see, say, new companies or new startups, you know, looking at maybe lab space or wanting to grow, do they already have those interdisciplinary teams in place, or is it more of a case of, you know, they're starting out on a journey and they'll build the teams as they go along?
I think it's a very varied picture. So we often encounter people who don't even know that they need to recruit people outside of their own thought space. We also encounter those who have all of the skills but perhaps don't realize that they're too narrow within themselves and need to reach out. And I think it's worth pointing out that there are a number of successful commercial entities that are purely virtual, and that there's a lot out there that you don't need to put on the payroll. You can bring in some fantastic, insightful, strategically deployed science to make your project interdisciplinary and to de-risk it for investors. In fact, investors will welcome the extra data that really validates that they're backing something that's got some potential in the market later on. So I think wherever you are, whether you're you know, one or two person founding team, or whether you've got going but you don't realize that you can massively de-risk your project by not necessarily burdening yourself with extra headcount, but certainly going for some contract research expertise.
Thank you. And Ola, how's Constructive Bio's teams structured?
So I'm going to start from reflecting on what guys said here, and I think it's very important to understand that how interdisciplinary you need to be, and in that interplay with investor, you really have to think first what you're trying to achieve, what's your business model. And there are business models when it's perfectly okay to be very narrow and deep and very structured and achieve that one thing and monetize it very quickly, right? There are some situations when you're trying to build something which is going to be perhaps longer lasting, and then it's a nature that you want to bring more broader expertise within your company, right? Like for example, if you're planning to run a company for 3 to 4 years in order to achieve particular milestone, like you don't necessarily have to inbuild the HR structures on a payroll in your company, right? If you are building a company which is going to be 100+ people, you probably should think about having a HR person in your company, and that applies to anything, whether it applies to you know, particular preclinical expertise or operations or finance and so on and so on. So I think we have to ask ourselves more often, what are we trying to achieve, and then build the particular toolkits with the goal in mind. And coming back to Constructive is we are interdisciplinary. We have people with pure ML AI experience because our data sets are too big to handle on the individual basis. We have people who are protein engineers. We have people who have now procurement expertise, right? And we are definitely building this kind of structure a lot at Constructive, and perhaps even more than I used to think I would like to do, because I definitely strongly believe in as lean as possible teams and very small, very agile teams. And now we've built a monster, right, of 54 people and far too much overheads. But it really depends what you're trying to do, for what purpose, and what's your time scale.
And I think the one thing that's essential for multidisciplinary teams is to have that cross-cutting leadership. So somebody who can bind everyone together, make sure that you are pulling in the same direction. Sorry, that sounds really cliched. That you're able to articulate a unified message and direction, whoever you're talking to, be it a customer or an investor, or even just messaging within the team. As someone once described it to me, you need a ringmaster. You need somebody who can't necessarily do all the tricks, but knows how they come together into a cohesive show, knows what the audience wants, and then how to make that happen, how to get that product market fit. So, I think the one thing that is indispensable for an interdisciplinary team is that kind of cross-cutting leadership.
Can I just add that not all scientific experiments work? I think once upon a time I had a really evil baptism of fire during my PhD where nothing worked.
But that is every PhD. Huh?
But, everybody forgets this. They file it under forget, all right? I wonder why. But this can happen in a company as well. Sometimes you reach forks in the road, and these things can be pretty heavy carries if you're putting HR resourced, payroll onto this. So, again, CRO or even, contract of research type teams inside your company to run some parallel stuff, that can also de-risk your proposition. And I think we've got to remember, we're not talking about science where the answers are known and all we need to do is fit in with certain regulatory tick boxes. We are heading for the wall at all times, and we will become a fireball if we don't become a unicorn. So thinking about how to manage all of that is strategically hugely important.
And if I just ask one more thing, I think thinking strategically of what you need to be good at and what you want to build in-house is super important. So we are collaborating with world experts in preclinical drug discovery. This is something we are not doing in our company at the moment, in terms of the assays, in terms of the experiments which help us focus on a kind of drug substance that we've engineered previously through our platform methods. And I think this is again a very reasonable thing. Like, if this is not your area of expertise and you don't think this is the right thing for you to do in a company, work with experts who are going to be much better than you. And then you can build the interdisciplinarity, but within reason, in your company. And I think this is very important.
Yeah. And thank you, Renos, for pointing out that not all experiments work, and that's why I became a patent attorney 25 years ago.
So you're buying the coffee.
So the next question is how are the biggest fears in innovation being addressed? So maybe if I could go to you, Kat.
Yeah, it's the last word in that question that's the hardest one, like how to address it. I mean, my biggest fear at the moment in innovation is there's so much happening, so much exciting stuff, and we are seeing the collision of different areas that it's becoming increasingly difficult to figure out which are the really, really good ideas and which are maybe just some of the noise or perhaps not quite so original. There's so much going on. How can we spot those? It's always been a challenge, of course, but I think more so than ever as things are moving at such a pace, how to actually recognise the good things and how to then support them properly as well. So how to address that? There's no one answer. I say it's an age-old problem, but being able to be sort of a little bit open-minded. Sometimes the best ideas out there aren't the ones that are backed by the really famous scientists. They aren't the ones that happen to, have been spawned from a really big, investor or something. There are some real gems out there in places that you may not otherwise look. And of course, it is natural that people go for what's familiar. But I think, try and be a bit more objective would help.
And what do you think, Ola?
I have two fears. One is related to regulation and one populism driving regulation. So And what I'm trying to say, I said I have a background in QC/QA. I like things being done properly, so I'm not against regulation per se, but I am worried about stifling innovation for political purposes, right? And people can't be afraid of all sorts of things. We now have methods in our toolkit which are very modern, like in our case, writing entire genomes from scratch, like living therapy, like viral-based therapies and so on, and you know, modern vaccines and so on. And people can develop very complex theories based on fear. And I'm worried about people trying to, you know, input those fears into regulation of what we're trying to do in molecular biology, where this regulation stops being science-based and starts being fear-based. So I think this is a risk for us in this industry of how we're going to be going further. I also personally, you know, you can guess I'm an immigrant. I don't like international transfer of talent regulations. I came here in the UK quite early on in my career. I had a great PhD here. I built my career here. I believe I've paid enough taxes. I believe I've built a few companies and done lots of good stuff. And I would like people to be able to work best regardless of where they come from. So our industry is going to have lots of problems if we don't have a healthy system for immigration and supporting the companies.
What do you think, Katrin, from a financing point of view?
Yeah, my main worry is the funding gap, obviously. So I think we have this problem that investing in biotech has been kind of nuclear winter for at least a year, maybe two. And that's to do with VC not being a very sexy asset class, because VC investments are risky. You often don't get your money back. So as long as the interest rates are out there and they are this high, that means that bond prices are low, so people can make a lot of just pretty safe returns by buying bonds. So they don't put money into VC funds full stop just because it's not an asset class. That's sexy, and the few VC funds that are out there, they are investing in AI, so that's where the money goes. So that's why we're experiencing this winter even worse than you would usually expect. And that has me worried, and because of that, that changes also the behavior of the existing VCs that are there. So everybody is doubling down on their portfolio because they need to find a way of generating returns, and people are also taking a different view on risk because they need to return their funds. So that means that they are moving later stage. So I was just speaking to one of my friends the other day, and he used to run like a seed fund. I was like, yes, show this to me. As soon as you have like a smattering of like early stage first in human data, then I'm in. And I was like, first in human data, that used to be a Series B investment, right? But now this is like seed funds are shifting into that area. Who's gonna fund all the preclinical stuff between the proof of concept and that really has me worried. And I was really annoyed to see that in this deepest, darkest winter of biotech investment, the government takes a break and removes the grant funding that you would usually get the companies through that time. You know, why do we pause the biomedical catalysts to review them at the time when they're needed the most? Makes no sense to me. Likewise, smart grants were removed. They were like one of the kind of stable funding sources that early stage companies were able to tap into. Why does that need to be done right now? So out of tune with the actual stuff that's going on? I mean, I'm glad to see these schemes coming back, but they shouldn't have been removed in the first place, because that's what's going to keep the companies going. And we can already see that the good thing about biotech is the market isn't going away, right? We're getting older and sicker, so everybody can see that this market will come back, and we are seeing money coming back into the sector now. So just keeping sustained funding into the sector so that the companies are still there when the money comes back, that's something that I would have loved to see from the government a lot more.
And I think, you know, thinking about how to address these fears with that one, the funding gap in mind, you know, we can also be a little bit more imaginative and receptive of different business models as well. Needs must sometimes. And, you know, again, this is something else that we can learn from each other when we're bringing together different disciplines or even sectors. You know, there is more than one business model available out there. You know, service models can be hard as well, of course, but, you know, there are other ways of doing things, and, you know, we can be more receptive to those.
And just turning to you, lastly, Renos, you know, what do you see when you're talking to companies and startups? You know, what are their big fears about innovation?
Well, their big fears are perhaps not quite the same as mine. I'll start with myself, why not? but just to follow on a couple of those points. So first of all, I do think we need to be very careful that we continue to fund very early stage science in this company and do so adequately. We have to remind ourselves as well that this country punches way above its own weight in terms of innovation. So how do we get to impact? Well, I think we need to mind the fact that we aren't really taking this as a sector any more seriously than over a quarter of a century ago when I myself was an early stage founder. And why is the USA still hoovering up all of our most excellent impact? And how much of that money really goes back into our sector? But to come back to the question of what is spooking our innovators, I think I have to concur with you, Kerstin. They're being kept up at night by the fact that not only will they get funding, but where on earth will they get this funding from? Because, you know, there aren't very many bits of green showing through the frozen earth right now. And it's not because there isn't a large amount of available capital. It's just not going to be deployed at risk. But what is venture if it is not risk?
Can I just touch up on that kind of funding point? Because we are obviously early stage investors, and these days, as you say rightly, there isn't a lot of capital out there, not even for the follow-on stages. And we've now seen a lot of like really predatory behavior from later stage funders that are basically creating gains for themselves on the back of the early stage funders. And that's going to be totally detrimental to the whole sector, right? If we can't make returns, and if we can't return our funds, then we have no reason for being anymore. So I don't know why these investors are behaving like that. They are totally eradicating their own pipeline. I think it's very short-sighted, and I think this should be actually illegal. But you are being in a kind of stronghold there. It's like, okay, either you take this cut of your equity, or we're going to withdraw the term sheet and the company goes bust. So you have you don't actually have a choice, right? Other than you have so much money that you don't care about the investment and you can just send a statement. But then what you're doing is effectively killing that company that you've invested so much money in, and this other investor just moves on and gives that same deal to another company. So you're not winning, and you're not sending the right message to the right people anyway.
Right, so going on to the last topic, what constitutes validation for investors and R&D partners? So I'm going to stick with you, Kerstin, if that's okay. You know, I talk to a lot of innovators who have developed platform technologies, and are investors still happy to invest in those technologies, or are they wanting them to specialize early on before?
Yeah, so I think when I grew up, it was all about assets. Then last decade or so were platforms, and now it's still platforms, but you have to have a really, really strong lead asset. So we still like our platforms, but you need to have a very quick path for generating returns. So people don't like anymore pumping loads of money into the build out of the platform. So whatever you set up these days needs to build the platform whilst at the same time progressing the lead asset, just in case that you need to basically ditch the platform development in favor of moving the asset into the clinic.
And Kat, thinking about maybe more of the sort of computational AI-driven businesses, what sort of validation experiments, do you need to generate for investment, or what are you being asked to do when you're collaborating with other R&D partners?
It's about showing a point of differentiation, which is taps into what I was saying earlier about the fear being things getting lost in the noise. It's being able to show that your technology has been able to solve a problem or do something that is A, valuable, and B, couldn't be done another way. And with that in mind, I'm not entirely keen with platforms being judged on their assets. I think that it is asking us to do two jobs, run two business models at the same time. If you're building a factory that makes cars, are you also supposed to be designing and making the most swishiest cars? Well, no, actually, we're in the business of making the factory. And so I think what's actually getting investment, the bar's really high for platform companies and including AI companies. But really, the way to get around that is to have that very, very clear point of differentiation, which, as I say, boils down to making sure you're using the right tool for the right reasons and putting the right information into it.
Great, thank you. Now, I'm very conscious that we've been talking a lot. It's been a very interesting conversation. We're nearly at time, but I was wondering if anybody in the audience has any questions that they want to pose to any of the panelists, or indeed me. You can put your hand up. We have one in the front.
One area I'd love your input into, I run a consultancy firm in medical affairs, so I see a lot of biotechs, I'm on the board of a few biotechs as well, is we used to have a lot of public-private partnerships. We had Horizon 2020, we had the Innovation Medicines Initiative from the European Commission. We've lost all that because of Brexit. What role do you think, because we've spoken about government, as you were talking about the government sort of dump, and I agree, they don't seem to be very helpful over lots of things. But in this area, public-private partnerships could be a much more innovative way of working. It's something that didn't come up on the last discussion either about funding. And that's fascinating because I think it's a very important sector. What do you think about that? We launched a lot on antibiotics off the back of that actually a few years ago.
I think if I can answer from a kind of company perspective, right? You're going to be worrying. Can you repeat the question? So are public-private partnerships a way forward in the current ecosystem, and could they leverage the opportunity for the early stage innovation to be put into assets in the future, the real drugs and so on? Like, are they a gap that we're seeing on the market? And I'm going to have a slightly cynical view. We only apply and consider things that are available, right? So obviously those disappeared, right? The BMC disappeared, smart grants disappeared, and so on. And you will worry about what you can get, right? And I think, as you said earlier, right, there could be an area of supporting innovation where the governments of some kind could step in and help, especially in a very difficult climate, because it is a long-term investment. But I think, as a company, we can lobby some governments. We can say that they will be great for those to come back. But if they don't exist, they don't exist. There's nothing we can do about that.
Same here, and we actually do lobby the government right now in order to change these things. Is that a quick measure? Absolutely not. Will we get this done before the government changes again? I don't know. So yeah, it's definitely not something that one can rely on, but if you want to help, please do.
Yeah, and I'll just finish off on that point, which is I see it quite a lot when you're talking to investors, some inventors, some of them are NHS consultants. Some of them are companies where the clinical trials are going to take place on the NHS. I often think, why don't, but they can't sell the product back into the NHS. Why don't they just strike a deal with the NHS whereby, say it's a medical device, you can, the NHS trials it, they get first dibs, and the company gets the rest of the world rights, and they pay a small amount for the innovation. And so, the UK gets first-class medicines and devices, and the company benefits as a whole. But
do you think we're missing a trick?
I think we are, but I don't think anybody will ever want to. No one will ever want to take that. But anyway, I'd like to thank the panelists for a great discussion. So a round of applause, please, for everyone.
So thank you. That concludes the first of our keynote panels. I think this has been a fascinating conversation. So I'd encourage you guys to speak to the panellists during one of the networking breaks. I think it's a conversation that could continue for some time. Just want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Wither & Rogers, and certainly to Simon Bradbury for moderating, and finally to our very insightful panel. So thank you so much.
really underline it.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second of our keynote panels, how to separate on good terms if things don't work. This session is sponsored by Penningtons, Manches, Cooper, and we'd like to introduce you to our moderator, Rachel Bradley. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to our session today, which is entitled How to Separate on Good Terms If Things Don't Work. And obviously this really does relate to collaboration and deals, which really are the heart of this sector. And I'm delighted to be joined by a panel of excellent speakers who all have experience in this area to talk about this topic. So what happens when things go wrong in collaborations or partnerships, when they may stop working. Just to briefly introduce myself, my name is Rachel Bradley. I'm a partner in the IP and commercial team at Penningtons, Manches, Cooper. And I do have a lot of experience in negotiating and drafting partnership agreements and collaboration agreements. Just to briefly set the scene, so in past Genesis conferences, we have done various sessions on looking for deals and how to make them work, what it takes to get the deal done, what it takes to make a good deal maker. And also last year, we talked about what happens when the deal gets signed. So it's kind of a natural progression to kind of look now on what might happen when it all goes wrong. But don't worry, it is the end of the year, so we'll try and aim to finish on a positive note and end on a high. And try to give some tips for the future. And I'm sure our panelists have lots of great experience and tips that they can share with the audience today to really try and kind of talk about how to achieve positive outcomes even if a separation is inevitable. So initially, I won't kind of ask the panel I won't introduce the panel now, but I'll ask each one of them to introduce themselves as they answer the questions. So the first question I was going to put to Anji initially is, what would you say are the key overarching points to have in mind regarding any collaboration at the outset to really just set the right goals and to try and avoid potential problems if issues arise later on? That's a bit of a big question there, but I'll put that to you, Anji.
I know, but you know I like talking. And I've been on this panel on this stage many times. For those who haven't encountered me before, I am Anji Miller. I'm a senior partner within the academic engagement division of LifeArc. We're a UK-based healthcare charity, and our aim is to get promising academic research to the patient. So it's all about relationships, it's all about collaboration. And in answer to your question, I enjoy working with partners, and I think collaboration is key. We're in an age where one entity is unlikely to be able to do it by themselves. At LifeArc, we work very much with the academic sector, but also the subsequent skills that need to feed in for any innovation. And I think when you have a partnership, I think the first thing is ensuring that you're open and there's a certain level of trust, but also you're on the same page what the goal is. There are going to be slightly different agenda, but in talking about it, communication, there has to be that right platform that you're starting on. Otherwise, it's a recipe for disaster, and it's only going to get worse. Things do change. We're talking about research, regardless of the stage. So there are going to be definitely different twists and turns along the way. But I think it's ensuring that there's a certain level of clarity, and with the relationship, the partnership, what's been brought to the table, and at least you can work out together, or at least you state what you believe the outcomes are going to be.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Anji. Caroline, Ricky, do you have anything to add to that?
I'll introduce myself first. So I'm Ricky Martin. I'm not the singer, in case anybody is expecting somebody.
I'm disappointed.
You've met me before and I still can't dance. But I'm Ricky Martin. I'm a biochemist by academic. I'm a member of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. And for the last 20 years, I've supported talent across the industry, across life sciences. Anything from a startup business growth to multinational. And I'm the CEO and founder of a company called HRS, who were born 13 years ago off the back of an interesting investment process with Lord Alan Sugar on The Apprentice. So, but I'm a biochemist first, I'll say. The thing that I'll come at this from as a talent partner is people. I'm not going to come at this from legalities or commercial contracts. I'm going to come at this from people. And I think Anji used the word a moment ago, and it was brought up in the last discussion, it's communication. In any deal, whether it's a commercial deal, whether it's an employment contract, whether it is a relationship, we think of kind of dating and marriages, all things lie on two parties and individuals coming together. And they have personalities, they have emotions, and a lot of it is set at the front end in terms of clear clarity on who does what, who's coming to it at what angle, what are the clear milestones, how to come together. So what I'll be discussing today is purely about communication. And very much from my side, any deal goes sour when communication deteriorates.
Anything from you, Caroline, to add?
I agree with everything that's been said. I would just say that I think it's really important to have the shared success criteria, because that, forms the basis of what you're actually going to monitor and manage and course correct as necessary, during the alliance. And I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Caroline Austin, I'm from AstraZeneca, and I lead one of our transaction teams working in the clinical to on-market area across the different therapy areas. I also lead alliance management and integration.
Thank you. So I think then we've set the scene in terms of what the best things are to try and avoid issues going forwards. So I'm interested now, I guess, because this is the topic of the session, where have you seen challenges come from in collaborations, and what are the common causes of relationships breaking down? And do you have any real-life examples to share? And I'll go to Caroline first.
Yeah, so I think there's obviously, different reasons. One is budget, and not just from the obvious, haven't got sufficient funding to do everything, but from the perspective of what we're seeing now, especially in the oncology area, is the opportunity to actually work with multiple indications from a more precision medicine-led approach and multiple combination therapies. So that, from a scientific and a patient perspective, is very, very exciting. But that can lead to extremely broad what we call CDP, so clinical development plans. And, sometimes you get a partnership where each party might have a different view on strategy of where to go with that, and also have a different appetite or ability to fund that. So that's one area. And then another area in the precision medicine space is, we work to develop a lot of companion diagnostics built on various assay platforms. So again, scientific innovation is key, and when companies that we partner with move on in assay platforms, that's good, but we also need the time to know what the new approach is coming, and do the concordant steps and build it into the program so that we don't have any regulatory delays. So, it's kind of a good problem to have, but one that needs really good planning to avoid conflict.
Indeed. Anji, have you got comments from your perspective?
Yeah, in academia, it can go flat very quickly. Funding is key, and all research, it's really where it's grant funded. And particularly in the translational space where most of my experience is, it's usually milestoned, and you do require a team actually working together, and that's usually on both sides. But everyone is bringing something to the table, and a lot of the time, this involves specialist skills from the team that's there. So often what will happen, the results don't really line up, you have change in personnel, but also change in leadership. So the messages coming down has changed the whole structure of the room, and you have an arrangement that was fine at the time, but it hasn't moved with whatever changes have happened. So, you know, I've seen projects that have fallen flat because although they planned for success, they didn't really have a plan B. So one parameters changed, and trying to address it is quite difficult, particularly if you don't want to go formally through whatever route, because there's an agreement that outlines this was the plan. And it just seems as though it's admin burden. It's another step that you really don't want to go into. Unfortunately, that is the path that you have to take, because some funding is coming in with an expectation and you have targets to meet. But a lot of the time, the relationship can go sour just by simply one thing moving. And a lot of the time, it's the individuals or the actual end, the end goal has changed because it had to, because it's not going to work what was planned before.
And I guess I'll expand on that, but for me, it's coming down to clarity and agility. I guess in the front end, I think Caroline used the word kind of that success. So what does success look like? What are the common goals of where people are going? And it's very much the same when you join an organisation. What's the common goal of the business? And what's the reason you join the business? And what's the pathway you're taking within that company? Those things change very frequently. Some person might think that they will take them a year to get there, and a project could be 2 years to get there. Another party, actually the internal party, thinks it would take 2 years to develop you to get there, but the internal person on the project thinks they can do it in 1 year. So sometimes it's making sure they understand exactly the timeframes that everyone's drawn up to. And sometimes things go wrong, and they go wrong a lot in research. They go wrong a lot within employability. People join a business and they're not able to necessarily fit the culture of the company, and therefore they're not able to express how they can kind of deliver. And funding might change, businesses' priorities will change, and sometimes someone will join a company with the objective to go 3 or 4 kind of steps up the ladder very quickly, but the business's objectives change, that actually they can't keep progressing the ladder. Actually, the objective is keep the lights on, get the clinical data, protect the asset, whatever it might be. So for me, it's about being clear about where they're going and how long they're going to get there, what the contributions are, but when things change, and they change all the bloody time. And I'll go back 20 years ago when I was in the lab, I was growing E. coli. I mean, absolutely, 12 hours a day I was growing E. coli, 5 days a week at Cardiff Uni, and it's kind of no wonder I ended up not going into the laboratory itself. But if I think it like that, I don't think I had one experiment that went right within that process, and maybe that's because I wasn't very good at it, probably, or maybe that was because things kept changing every single day in the environment around it. So I guess where I'm going is, things go wrong very, very quickly when people aren't aligned on where they're going. And when things change, if it's not communicated of what's changing, why, and how we can all work together to get there, it goes wrong. And if people can't be agile in those periods for selfish reasons, emotions, they don't want to say they're not doing well or the project's not going well because it makes them look bad, then it gets even worse.
Indeed. And I think, you know, you mentioned communication, and obviously that is key. When things do go wrong, what's the next step in terms of the comms piece? How can that be used to help mend a broken relationship, perhaps? And also, when is the right time to broach the topic of the relationship breakdown, you know, within the kind of within the project team, with the other party, with the rest of the organisation? Ricky, do you want to... Oh, Anji, you go first.
Sorry. We mentioned before communication, and it's key. When you have, the best collaborations that I've been involved in, you are communicating all the time throughout the project. And this is open dialogue. So ideally, you want it to almost be like a seamless group. So you have your milestones, you really are reporting on the progress. So you know things, or there's a risk that it's going to go wrong. So it's not going to be a shock when it does, because those who are actively involved in that collaboration will be witness to, okay, we're going to try this, and possibly this is going to be the outcome. So, you know, I mentioned before having the plan B, and yes, your strategy is going to have to be flexible. So you're going to have to adapt. I think where it would go wrong is if you are not being open and really sharing the result. I'll have it next week, I'll have it next month, when you know something major is not happening. I think that's the time where there's a problem. So if you're communicating all the time, it isn't really, oh, when should I do it? It's when you formally put in a change. For example, because all of this is underpinned by some sort of agreement, it's when you formally put in a change to really address how the relationship is changing. I think that ideally you want to have a conversation as early as possible, that it's a possibility to have a look at the options, but also have a look at the terms within the agreement. Are you going to have to break it off completely, or are you going to have to amend it? It does, you know, for me, I love agreements, although I am a scientist and I love agreements and I talk about this. I know the hardcore scientists would just be, they'd glaze over and think like, oh God. But I think, again, having the right people at the table so that they don't have to work through all the terms. Someone will explain it to them, whether it's their translational office or whether they're bringing in external counsel. But I think, again, communication, and as early as possible, but not being negative. It's just the possibility that this could happen. So you plan for it.
Well, the reality is the minute you have to look at the terms, no matter what type of contract it is, it's pretty much too late. The minute you need to look at, okay, when do I need to have this catch-up conversation next? We haven't had one for a while. What is my notice period? I can't remember what that is. You know there's a problem already when those things are in your head. So if it goes to looking at the paperwork, it's obviously too far gone. And kind of Anji used the word, the obvious answer is as soon as possible, absolutely as soon as possible. But probably the advice I'd always say is there has to be another sponsor involved, whether it's from leadership, from executive, from someone holistically owning the program. Somebody else needs to be always looking at. You might have the two stakeholders having a dialogue. There needs to be someone else in the background to make sure that they're in check, to make sure those conversations are happening. And I'll use the term, if there's a roadblock or a headache coming up, the best way it's addressed when that facilitator gets involved to bring the parties together, say, let's have a conversation. We can see, I don't know, this is slightly behind or this is slightly above. And when you look at any project manager, program manager, the real test is the person who's great at delivering bad news, not the person who just keeps the project online. Because actually you can really do good things off the back of difficult conversations. But that's where the emotion, or dare I say, the lack of ownership, or dare I say, the lack of caring will help.
Caroline, did you want to come in here?
Only one thing, and that is to communicate early. Yeah. The earlier, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not all disasters and disappointments turn out, you know, terribly where you're just going to separate and that's it. Sometimes you can put your heads together and come up with something even better. My best chapter in my PhD was the one that took me over a year to do something that should have taken like a month or so. Because you really do look at it and you figure out what is needed and how best to tackle it. And because rather than coming together and then you do think, you're really looking at the problem together and coming up with a solution together. So, you know, not all the time does it turn sour and you part ways and it's adversarial. It can be that you find a better route to move forward with.
You also got to think in the background of it, each individual involved here has a personal brand, right? Nobody, unless they're a complete narcissist, wants it not to work, right? The parties all want to get the right outcome, because it's not even delivering what this is now, career, job, project, deal, whatever it is. It's what comes there after that. It's what's the one that's after that. You hear a lot of the people next door and some of the pictures of the early stage conversations. They're serial entrepreneurs. It's second, third, fourth time CEOs. And if the deal went wrong in the front end and it was disastrous and they didn't communicate, didn't collaborate, didn't interact, then nobody's coming forward with money again the next time and there'll never be another deal, or they won't get employed again. So I always think we have to remember that. People are always looking at that long term. And when difficult things come up, actually, both parties probably are slightly aware of it. It just takes who's brave enough to have the conversation to get it solved earlier in the most amicable way, and everybody gets a positive outcome. Because look, selfishly, everybody is thinking long-term about long-term interest, business brand, personal brand.
Academic passion can mean that you are really carrying on despite the fact that you should have moved slightly. I think that's the one problem in academia sometimes. The passion in, I'm going to try again. And really, sometimes it's right, okay, move on. Change something more than the one or two parameters that you've tried.
Which is where that additional set of eyes, that moderator, facilitator,
Yes.
project owner, or someone
Yes.
to say, hang on a minute,
Yeah.
slow down.
That brave person who's going to tell the
keep
researcher.
doing the same thing again and again and getting the same result. We all know what that means.
Yeah.
Indeed. So you mentioned agreements and the legal terms, which is obviously the bit that I get excited about, and something I'm familiar with. And in fact, I have had even a couple of projects that I've worked on recently where the two key things that went wrong was, one, communication. There was no communication for about 6 months. Then one party goes, hang on, where is the deliverable I asked for? And the second one, there was no underlying agreement. And so that's, that causes a whole host
Gentleman's
of
agreement.
difficulties. Yes, indeed. And, contracts, they do have a few aims. Partly it is to cover the practicality of what the parties are agreeing. So what milestones they need to meet, when the payments are, what the deliverables are, what the project plan is. Partly the agreement is to apportion liability. So, if there is an issue, there's a dispute, which party is kind of responsible for that financially, or which party is giving what promises about their IP. And then also partly to deal with what happens about a dispute or early termination. And these are all key clauses to kind of get right. And I think there's important bits in all those aspects. Milestones, don't pay for everything up front, because then there is no conversation and it's much harder to get your money back. If things go wrong, whereas you've got the kind of go, no-go at each point, and then you're kind of forced to have that kind of communication discussion each time. Have some form of escalation in your agreement, which, where there's an issue, have a mechanism to kind of escalate it amongst kind of senior managers in each organisation. You can do it without having that in the contract, but it is very helpful and kind of is a clause to point to kind of say, look, should we do this bit first before we go further? Then mediation is kind of where you allow a third party to kind of come in and say, give a view and allow the parties to kind of reach a settlement without there actually being the need to go to arbitration or litigation in court, which are both, very costly and time consuming. So these are kind of useful aspects to include. In terms of kind of what happens on termination, who owns the IP, who owns the results, or who can kind of have the right to kind of carry on commercializing them. You don't want the results on IP to go dead, so you do actually need to figure out what happens then. And the kind of all-important right to terminate at will or on notice. Don't kind of get stuck into a 5-year agreement with, no right to terminate just because you need to, for all the reasons that you guys were saying at the start, why you might need to come out of it. Because otherwise then you are going to have to rely on a breach, and it's not that easy and doesn't kind of foster that collaborative environment. It's much better to be able to say, look, I think, we may need to terminate or we may need to amend, but just having those clauses in there really does kind of help. So I'll just kind of ask then, if there are any real-world examples that you guys have had where you've had to rely on contract terms or you've had to try and amend them, just, to kind of give some live examples to the audience.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this and decided to look at 2 examples that were both around the diligence standard. So in 2 different agreements, it was a commercially reasonable efforts, which we commonly see. But actually, in both cases, whilst we could have relied on that and we could have gone down the dispute route, we managed to not do that and rely on the relationship to get things back on track. And they're very different examples. So one was a collaboration which started in late stage preclinical with a lead asset. And the business case was that this particular asset would be a first in class, and therefore, it was a very positive business case. What actually happened was the field grew very, very rapidly, and in development we realised it was going to be a 4th to market in the class. It wasn't particularly differentiated, and on top of all of that, the treatment guidelines changed. So we were in a situation where we felt, yes, we could say, well, it's no longer commercially reasonable to develop, but then the contract said that we had to, the other party had reversion rights, so we had to bundle everything up that had been worked on for sort of 6 years, give it back to them for what? So we ended up relying on the relationship, discussing, well, if we did hand it back, what would they do? And they said they would want to do another deal. So we said, well, go and try and do another deal and we'll support you. And the result was everyone else felt the same. So there wasn't another deal, but we didn't hand it back. We just did a very orderly termination, and we saved everyone resources and effort, and ended up working together on other projects. So I think that was, the contract would have protected us, but we didn't go there. The other one was, just to be quick on this, there was a financial payment due on a particular milestone, but by the time we got there, the patient population had reduced greatly, and it was a negative business case. But there was a patient need. So again, we could have gone down the CRE route, but we were aligned in that we wanted to pursue this for patient need, and therefore we should renegotiate the financial payment, which is what happened. So I think, the moral of the story is relationships are absolutely key to, solving problems and not always having to rely on the contract.
Absolutely, and it is interesting just coming in on the commercially reasonable efforts piece, because often that is drafted in very broad terms, and if someone was to sit down on each party and decide what they think using commercially reasonable efforts would be, I'm guessing that unless they're very aligned from the start and knowing what that is, each party would say something slightly different. And actually you can give colour to that by saying that if you can kind of give a list of 10 things, okay, if the party's done X, if they've spent X amount of money on R&D, if they've kind of reached the next regulatory milestone, if they've done X, Y, Z on the research plan, then they can be deemed to have met commercially reasonable efforts, so that can actually help in kind of, one party actually being able to
And I think that's key also when you've got, for example, a collaboration between industry and academia, because it's within the capabilities of whoever the party is. For it, the resources and the team that academia will have, you will have to be explicit in what you mean by commercial terms, because definitely some will be thinking of, you should have this, you should be able to do this. But there are challenges and limitations, the fact that it's on the academic side rather than the commercial side. And this is where it's talking through really the plan, rather than just having a plan, okay, we're going to do this, put an agreement together that covers it. It really is talking through, what do you mean? And then that's usually the exercise where you're working to ensure that the milestones are appropriate for the project, rather than, okay, this would be a good point and that won't be. It has to align with the actual technology that you're working with.
Yeah. Have you got a practical example of where it's gone wrong? Either
I'm going to take a slight twist on it. It's not necessarily where it's gone wrong, it's more where it could have gone wrong. So where I'm going here is we're assuming that every deal that's struck at the front end is the right deal. And we're in a marketplace right now where a lot of companies are looking for money. There's a lot of people in the workforce who are looking for opportunities. And some people are saying yes because it's the first thing that come along. I think we always have to go back to the beginning and say, is it the right deal for me, the business, and the future? Or is it just, I'm going to say yes because of the time? So we had a really interesting contract presented to us about 5 years ago as a business. It was a multinational pharmaceutical company in Eastern Europe. And they basically asked to outsource an entire regulatory program to us. But look, as a business, very lucrative contract. We're a recruitment company, we provide workforce. But this was a true consultancy statement of work. So I have a regulatory team internally who consult in that space, whose answer very quickly to me is, we want this. This is good money, it's a great contract, it gives a number of years, you can sleep nicely at night, Ricky, this is a really good deal, let's do it. And I've in principle said, let's go. I then had to take a step back and say, we're not actually best placed to do that. Yes, we can provide a workforce. Yes, we can support consultants. However, we're not the consultancy. And what this company really needs is an outsourced solution to deliver and take the whole headache off them. So for me, internally, my business is saying yes. Corporately, I'm saying, I really want this. It would be a really lovely deal right now, but I don't know if we're well set up to deliver this. And if we do take this and it fails, it's detrimental to the longevity. In the end, we partnered with an RA consultancy, a third party. We passed it over to them. We worked with them. They took the project delivered. We supported the additional flexible resource they needed. So to an extent, there was a positive outcome for all parties. But I guess I share that as an example of, there are times where you really want to say, yes, let's make this happen. And there's people internally saying, it will happen, it has to happen, but you always need to have that one person who almost is. I'll be like this. I'm a very positive character, but internally I try and be the no person sometimes. So when we're hiring, why they're not right for us, or what they can't bring to us, or when there's a contract, why is this really worthwhile to us, taking the financial element out of it. So my example goes to is it the right deal at the front end? And I know once it's signed, which is the point of this topic, is what then happens. But I do think we need to remind ourselves, we don't need to say yes to everything. And it's just as easy saying no for long-term longevity and long relationships than it is just getting in bed straight away.
Anji, Caroline, have you got any instances like that you can think of in terms of thinking,
There are
we
so
really
many.
shouldn't do this one?
It's like I've got the scars. It's really, over the years, I mean, when I think back, some of the really sad occasions, the collaboration and the deal was fine. And as I mentioned before, most of what I've done to date has been where I am on the side where I'm working with the academic. And a lot of the time it is where, for example, it's funding involved. So the funding is for a collaborative project between multiple parties. And a lot of the time, because it's translational, there is industry involved. But one of the relationships that, it was so sad that this happened. And again, it goes back to communication. This is a fantastic project, fantastic parties there. When you look on paper, what's planned is very exciting. What they're doing, they had the funding in place. It was heavily milestoned. And this was going to lead to really quite an innovative spin out that was going to be there. The issue was that for whatever reason, the relationship between two of the key parties fell by the way. But also it was around ownership, who's taken the lead. But also this technology, one wanted to have it and the other not use it at all, but they were joint inventors. And it really gets quite complicated. It got adversarial. The problem is that nothing was communicated until very late in the day. So when you're looking and thinking things should have progressed, what's happening, you're asking questions, no one responding, you realize something serious has happened. And it took months and months to actually find out what was going on behind the scenes. And it came down to really parting ways, but how do you split a technology that's has been jointly conceived and jointly owned? And also, you know, in academia, the areas that someone specializes in is very narrow but very deep. So if you have two individuals who've been working very closely for a very long time, it's really difficult to really ensure that someone can use it and move forward, because at the end of the day, the aim of having that technology is still there and someone needs to really handle it. In that case, the funding was lost. The opportunity for the company still carried on, but it was delayed by years because of that. And it took, to unwrangle it took well over a year to find out exactly what was happening. And this was when you open the channels for communication. And in a lot of the time, it was me trying to really ensure what's going on, because you're talking roles were lost, so you lose expertise on the back of everything else. It started to really roll where you were just thinking nothing is going to happen with this. And unfortunately, no matter when you look back and you think, how could this have been avoided? Unfortunately, it just takes one character to do something like hide a certain fact, and then everything else reacts to it. That really communication is the bottom line, and that relationship aspect is the bottom line with regards to any of these deals.
Do you have any comments there, Caroline, on where you've wanted to say no, but perhaps it's been difficult? I guess your job maybe is to try and facilitate.
Yeah,
you get someone else to say no. You don't do it yourself.
Certainly say no to deals in the beginning. If you know, but I can't think of a live example of later on. Yeah.
Well, I guess this has been really helpful, and obviously there are a lot of real life examples that you've all shared, which have been really, really useful. I think to kind of bring it all together, can each of you kind of share some top tips for learnings? I guess where you do have to separate. But are there any kind of tips on how best to do that and how best to navigate that? to try and achieve that positive outcome for all, if that's possible?
Yeah, so I think from my perspective, it would be, as we've talked about, communicate early and try and resolve things at the earliest opportunity. Be professional, you know, don't be drawn into sort of the more emotional side of, you know, why it's gone wrong. And look for an orderly outcome, because actually on the downside, you know, if you're going to head towards a dispute and litigation, that will lower the risk. And most importantly, hopefully keep the door open for, you know, future collaborations, which is obviously the most important thing.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think if it means bringing someone else in who's going to have that communication or be the spokesperson for each, but also ask some of those key questions, because when you come together, you're bringing something to the table and you have a certain aim. If you have to separate, maybe you can continue in some shape or form. It's just that relationship or that project or that initiative is not going to go ahead. And I have seen where, you know, some of the parties had to fall away for whatever reason, but the others could regroup and, you know, they had a shared mission, a shared aim. So I think if you can find that, whether it's together or separate, I think the downside is ensuring that you don't have any sort of technology or intellectual asset just sitting there, you know, orphaned. Someone has to use it and really tap into the original conversations where the agenda, the aim of each party was clearly outlined. And I think try and write it down so you can go back to these documents or someone was there to actually have it. So yeah, find a way forward, even when you know you can't do it together.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got two really. One's an expansion of what Anji said. You always got to think about the future ahead, so 5-10 years from now. And if I think about a relationship separation, think of a divorce and you've got children involved, right? There's assets involved here that will bind those people somehow for a very long period of time. How can you part in a way that is still amicable for the future, for the assets that were there? And I'll always say this, and it's the same with employability and obviously leaving a company, right? Sometimes it's the right time to leave a deal and leave a company, but you know more about that company than you do on the way out than you did the entire time you were there. So keep your integrity in check and keep your professionalism at kind of the forefront.
So leave on good terms if you ever have to encounter them again. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Don't burn any bridges.
Yeah, a good motto for life, really, isn't it? So I think, you know, key takeaway points are definitely being flexible and adapting to the situation, you know, managing expectations at the outset, having those clear goals. Communication is just key.
Respect. I think it's respecting the other person. You're in this joint initiative for a reason. And, you know, I think when it starts to go sour, that level of trust and respect goes out the window, and I think it's really difficult to even do any of that when that happens.
Absolutely. And yeah, not, as you were saying, kind of not aim for kind of who wins and who loses, because it is a small industry and you will want to work together in the future. Yeah. So try to navigate and negotiate that positive outcome for everyone. So thank you very much. I don't know if we've got any. I think we may have a couple of minutes for questions if anyone had any. I'll look to, yeah. Oh, Tony.
I guess it's sort of directed at Ricky to some degree, but the others will have experienced this. You know, you see so much time of putting teams together, and you must make a judgment like, is this candidate going to fit in that company culture? What is the first red flag you would see in that scenario, or for the others on the panel? What's the first red flag you look for, or you might see when you come to have those first discussions?
Very, very good question, because look, when it comes to red flags, sometimes you can't see the red flags entering that relationship, going through the interview process, going through the due diligence. Sometimes those red flags don't surface till kind of later on. I think the front end red flag, and I know we've said it a few times, is how that person responds to the engagement in that interview process with the recruiter, with the hiring manager, with HR, how they respond to the information gathering section from a due diligence. So if it's a detailed response that is in an adequate time, you know that person wants to buy into it. So communication and speed of response, I think, is a really interesting red flag at the front end. And it might be slightly different to agreeing a commercial deal, and that's probably where the rest of the panel are better at this. But certainly when you're looking at red flags, you're looking to understand what the culture and the behaviour of your business is. And maybe it's the culture and behaviour of the project team you're looking at. So asking questions that are targeted to look at the behaviour, competency-led questions to see where somebody has been through that before, a lived experience. If that person can't show that, that's a real red flag, even though you might want everything they say on paper and on CV and on LinkedIn or on what they've done in their career. So for me, it's about trying to real life test where somebody is, I don't know, manage difficult timeframes, manage difficult members of staff. When projects have gone wrong, how have you managed this? Give me an example. No, don't talk about we, talk about you. So trying to really nail into that impact of the person. So communication's the most obvious red flag. If they ghost me for a couple of days, I might find this hard further down the line when they're not actually excited about it anymore. And the second one is trying to ask probing direct questions of where they can really show me where they've done some of the things that I think could be a problem in the end.
I would say it's important to see that somebody has got a desire to dig into the fact, the root cause, and is naturally going to, maybe this is the scientist in me talking, but naturally going to find the facts that you can then base whatever discussion or find solutions, rather than some that might say, brush it off, or that happened before, so it's okay for it to happen again. That's a red flag for me.
Yeah. I usually try to get my interviewees to relax, and you'll be surprised what comes out when they do that. Because it could be that they just say one or two things that don't quite match with the body of information that you've got from their CV, their work experience, but also the really set questions that they've prepared for. And a lot of the time that gives me true insight into who this person is. And it's not necessarily what they bring to the table, it's what they can do and whether they'll want to do it. That's what I'm looking for. It's the potential of the individual. If they've got everything, then they're going to be bored very quickly. I want someone who's going to stretch themselves a bit. And even with a relationship, if it's all there and set, why are they there then? What's their motive? And I think it's really, with anything, it's trying to find out the true aim of this component, this person or the partner, and why they're there, and what they're going to do. Are they going to cherish what comes out of the relationship?
I'm going to give you a really practical red flag kind of scenario, and it's a really stupid one, but it's a really worthwhile one. I've done this when we've hired and when clients have come in to see me, or job seekers come in. I read something 10 years ago, and it's never got me wrong. It's always make sure that person has a drink. So when they come into the room, always offer them a drink. And then at the end of the meeting, to see how they respond with the empty glass or the empty cup in front of you, it tells you a lot about how they'll engage with you in the end. I make an effort, like don't get me wrong, these have been put here, but I'll probably ask someone where I can put these. If they say at the end, where would you like me to put this cup? Even though it's obvious, leave it on the side most likely, or there's a kitchen there. Asking that question shows a lot about someone's level of where they engage with you, and particularly as a supplier, knowing how someone engages with me as a supplier is a real tell for how they'll engage with my end customer. So look, it works for some, not everyone, but always make sure the person has a drink and see how they respond with that
Most
drink.
people have failed, trust me.
I know. But it's never got wrong. The people who don't, that doesn't mean don't hire them, don't engage with them, but it will show you how they'll work with you in that relationship, and what they have respect for and what they don't. So here's a practical one.
That's a good one.
Did Gen Z move the glasses?
No. They'll just leave them there. It's like, or put it in their pocket.
Thank you very much, the panel. Over to you.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes our second keynote panel. I think this has been a really interesting discussion, particularly like the point about the value about communication, shared success criteria, and particularly the need to have that plan B. Just want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors Pennington, Manches Cooper, moderator Rachel Bradley, and certainly to our panel for being so open today. I think this has been a really interesting discussion. And again, I would really encourage you to speak to the panellists during the networking sessions. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
There we are. Someone's doing it. Hi, I'm Eddie.
Oh, hi, Eddie.
I'm Chris.
Hi, Chris.
I was asking who's driving the slides.
It isn't me. I didn't know there were slides for this. Do you need me to drive the slides?
No, we can do it if you wish.
I think this should work. Let's just double check.
That's all right. Sorry. I was going to ask you a quick question. I liked what you said. It made a lot of sense.
Which one? The first comment at the end?
You can use this.
I know.
If there's I can hover around here just in case there comes, but I'm not going to
Do you specialise in certain sectors? Life sciences,
commercial stuff across life sciences. Why do you want it? I might know a few people that might do it.
A bit of nepotism. My son's trying to change careers, yeah. So he's finding it really tough. He's an economics graduate.
Reach out to me afterwards. I'll see if there's a few friends I have in that space that might be.
Okay, that's really kind.
I'm a biochemist, we only do it in kind of really pharma biotech. But who knows who, right?
Yeah.
So just kind of let me know.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Chris Hind, no problem, I'll remember that one.
I'll find you on LinkedIn and pop you a message. Great, thank you.
We've got two clean. Oh, you got
yeah,
one.
I've put two clean glasses out for you. So
Okay.
I don't know, do you want to take the sort of first two chairs?
First two, yeah.
And then I've just given the control for the slides.
Okay, brilliant.
So I don't know if you want to wait for more people to come in or if you're happy. We'll just
we'll
give it another minute
We'll
or
wait
so.
for some more people to arrive.
Okay. Oh, lovely to meet you though. Yeah, looking forward to this. Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have an audience. Everyone's going off for tea and coffee.
I think also we've got the pitching session going on, so I think people are sort of going back and forth between the two.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'll let you guys put in sort of titles and whatnot. Hello everyone, we're going to start the first of our two fireside chats. We have Eddie Blair and Chris Hind, so I'll hand over to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying. After last session, I'm going to drink my whiskey that Tony's provided. But Tony, it's a bit watery and the colour's not right. So is this crap you keep me covered at home? All right, yeah. Anyway. Where's the thought?
It's Welsh whiskey.
What? Ooh, that's right.
Could be Tony's special gin.
Oh, it's a gin. Yeah. Have you tried it? Like this tells us a lot about each other if we drink together. Right. Well, thanks for everyone who's stayed. Chris and I obviously work together as part of the East Genomics Medicine Service Alliance. We have other jobs as well. So I'm at Quadram, Chris is at NNUH. We'll start just with a little bit of background about us, and then we'll go on to talk a little bit about the patient perspective work we do. So if I find my crib sheet. People in the audience will know me as Eddie Blair, the scientist. That's from a number of years in the big pharma, so GlaxoSmithKline, largely working in anti-infectives, but also in precision medicine. And then I went out for a short time to do some entrepreneurship, largely a failed entrepreneur, but I've got an update on that in a moment, which is some good news for me anyway. and then doing a little bit of start-up work, then come back into pharma again to work at Bristol Myers on immunotherapies and at UCB. The reason I'm saying I'm not a failed entrepreneur is I actually got a payout from one of my investments, which was a surprise, but great. And actually I used that money to then fund a research group at my alma mater, Glasgow University, where they're studying molecular oncology, particularly around prostate cancer. And that's a segue into, well, why prostate cancer? Well, because about 3 and a bit years ago, I was diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer. And so I've been on various treatments for the last 3 years, mainly androgen deprivation therapy, but I've also been part of 3 clinical studies, so antibody-directed cytotoxics, a novel androgen pathway inhibitor, and at the moment I'm on a study run by Johan de Bono at the Marsden, which looks at combining androgen deprivation with immunotherapies, and I guess they're all working well because I feel great and annoy my wife no end with but boundless energy. Also in terms of the job we do with these genomics, I've had a number of genetic studies conducted. My primary tumour and some bone biopsies, so prostate biopsy and bone biopsies, all revealed I've got a pretty unremarkable tumour. The only thing of interest in there, that to me anyway as a scientist, was a BRAF change, but it's not the usual V600E. It's a rare one, G469V, which there is evidence it can be treated. So I think my oncologists at Addenbrooke's and at the Marsden aren't overly concerned by that variation. My germline DNA is again by and large normal, running through the prostate panel that the NHS recommend. But I have had a thing called a polygenic risk score undertaken, and my polygenic risk score is 3.5. So although I've been diagnosed, if I hadn't been diagnosed and the analysis had been done a few years ago, those 400 odd SNPs would have said of about 3 to 4 times more likely to develop prostate cancer than the average man in the street. So that polygenic risk score is very, very useful. And in fact, that polygenic risk score, as I say, is in 400 SNPs. The genetic analysis was done with the TSP 500 panel, which is very similar to Marsden 500. That makes a mockery of the National Screening Committee, saying that they're going to limit screening, they're going to target screening to only BRCA1 and BRCA2. So anyone that's linked to me in LinkedIn will see me moaning almost on a daily basis about that decision, because it's incredibly stupid. And so over the next few months, I and many others will be writing in and say that screening decision needs to be changed. In talking of BRCA1, BRCA2, I think that's a good segue then into Chris, who can say something about his journey.
Yeah, so my journey is very different to Eddie's. I don't have a medical or scientific background. My career was in financial services for 30 years, and my other half probably is the influence why I became a governor of a local hospital with Norfolk and Norwich. And that was about the time when I was diagnosed with genetic hemochromatosis. So anyone knows anything about hemochromatosis, yes, you live with it and you can manage it. So I had to go up to the hospital every week to give a pint of blood, and that lasted for about 57, 58 weeks. So I'm now under what's called maintenance. So that sort of gave me a bird's eye view of how the hospital works as a patient, and I felt, well, maybe I could do something to help. So I retired about 5 years ago, and so I've been very involved in healthcare in Norfolk, which is changing and developing, and so that also sparked an interest in medicine, and an opportunity came up for me to chair the patient and public voice with East Genomics, which covers East Anglia and East Midlands, and that's where I met Eddie. So I should say I'm very grateful to Eddie for recommending me to go on a research trial at the Royal Marsden, because I've been on this trial for a couple of years, and they picked up this summer that I actually have got something nasty lurking in my prostate, and I've had a recent diagnosis of very early stage prostate cancer, which is curative. And so I'm eternally grateful to Eddie for persuading me to go on this trial. So that's kind of like a potted history of where I've been and how I've come to be here today. And so I think we're going to talk a bit about what we've been doing for the patient and public voice for the East GMSA.
Yeah, and just before we go off the poor me's bit, tell me about your BRCA2 diagnosis, because that's a big part of the National Screening Committee's recommendation now. How do men get a BRCA2 test?
Well, 2.5 years ago, my sister was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she was recommended to have genomic testing, which proved she'd got the BRCA2 mutation. And then I had genomic family testing as well, which confirmed I'd got the BRCA2 mutation, which is probably why the Royal Marsden was interested in me, and I got on their research trial. So I think going back to what you were saying about the recent announcement about screening for prostate cancer, I mean, my question would be, how does anyone know if they've got BRCA2 unless they've been offered genomic testing? It's not something you just walk into your GP and say, have I got BRCA2? There's a process. So I don't think the screening, as it's been outlined, is going to work.
And we do know that black men, and there's a genetic history as well, father, grandfather, etc. As exemplified by Chris Hoy, his parent and grandparent had prostate cancer, and yet he was missed in that screening. So, you know, it's just a moan about the National Screening Committee, but you'll see a lot more in LinkedIn from me. But just tell me to shut up. Someone message me in private if I keep going too much about that. Right, so now we're just going to take over. We've got a couple of props here just to go through a few of the things that we do as part of the Patient and Public Voice panel. And if there's anything we say that is of particular interest, then please grab us in the networking or at the end. So one of the first things we're looking at is equity and, you know, EDI. What's that wretched acronym? It's an NHS thing, isn't it?
EDI?
Yeah.
They call it DEI in America.
They do. Damn it. Right. So
equality, diversity, and inclusion.
Inclusion, yeah. So the thing I'm involved in is bottom left there, particularly United Against Prostate Cancer. That's actually playing dominoes with black men just to try and raise awareness of their risk. Because as people know from fairly recent evidence that ethnic minorities really are the worst at presenting themselves for self-referral. So we do some of the things there with black men just to make them aware of that. And one of our things, I think, Chris, you were going to mention...
yeah, I was just going to highlight the Jamal app, which is on the bottom right of the screen. This was developed at Leicester University Hospital in the midwifery department and maternity departments, because they obviously have a diverse ethnic population in Leicester, and they were discovering that women were not coming for appointments, and they couldn't quite understand why. And it turned out to be a language barrier, and they were frightened to come in because they didn't know what was going on. So some of the clinicians developed this Jamal app, which is basically a translation app for, I think it's got 11 languages currently, so like Urdu and Bangladeshi, so they could understand what was going on and have a much clearer understanding of what was required and what they had to do, and then the appointments went back up. So that's being developed at Leicester University Hospital. I believe Imperial are trialling at the moment, and the idea is to get up to 13 or 14 different languages on the app.
The Jamal app might also be useful if you're taking the Japanese subway at Tokyo, so I'm looking forward to using it there too. Yeah, so also working with a number of ethnicities there. You know, the BRCA, the Jewish BRCA program, there's some literature come out around that too.
And there's one member of our patient group who has a Jewish BRCA mutation,
right.
And she's also very interested in Lynch syndrome as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Yep. Innovation in patient experience. So again, one of the things that Chris and I get particularly involved in was, I don't know if we're going to cover it in detail in the next slide, was the gap in whole genome sequencing and treatment of teenagers and young adults. So that's 16 to 25-year-olds. We found that the number of cases coming forward wasn't reflected in the number of teenagers and young adults being offered whole genome sequencing. So we got kind of embroiled in how can we make whole genome sequencing more available, more widely available. And that led us down a path towards the fact that tissue collection at the moment isn't always compatible with whole genome sequencing. So colleagues at the Addenbrooke's Genomics Lab Hub have come up with a protocol that involves a thing called RNA later. So that's a bottle you see next to that. And they're actually pioneering the use of RNA later and the protocols that go with that to roll out, particularly across the eastern region. But I think Chris and I are talking at a national summit in a few weeks' time. So I think RNA later is going to could become a buzzword for making whole genome sequencing available to a huge number of people.
Yeah, we discovered that there were pockets within East Anglia and East Midlands where teenagers in particular weren't getting the proper care and the proper testing, particularly in the rare disease space and with cancers. So we wanted to make sure that they were having access to full genomic testing. And so, as I say, there are pockets dotted around our sort of geography where that isn't happening, but it's very hard to get hold of the data to analyse that. We are slowly getting there. So we hope to improve the patient experience for the 16 to 25-year-olds.
I don't know what progress is. We should have researched that a bit better. But do you know much about progress?
Well, we are making progress.
We are making progress. Okay. Good answer, right? Okay. Primary care. Yes. There you go, Chris. That says the magic word, hemochromatosis.
So one of the areas we sort of identified about 18 months ago that GPs in the main didn't really understand a huge amount about genomics. So we felt it would be a good exercise to try and educate and promote certain conditions rather than going with, 120 different genomic tests. So what we've done, we have two primary care leads, one in Cambridge and one in Nottingham. Sorry, not Leeds, Cambridge and Nottingham. And they are trying to promote through primary care in the regions three specific conditions. Obviously, I push genetic hemochromatosis. We have FH and Lynch syndrome. So the idea is that we can improve patient pathways, speed up diagnosis and testing, and that's going to produce better outcomes. So it links into the NHS 10-year plan of prevention rather than cure. And so far, it's going pretty well. If I can just mention on familial hypercholesterolemia, that was a pilot project in Norfolk and Waveney. And I think there were about 1,000 GP practices were contacted, and half of those signed up for this project. And what it's done is to identify families with known heart disease, invite them in for testing, and we actually have managed to put some patients onto the right pathways, which could well be life-saving. So I think about half of the GPs have signed up for it, and it's been very successful, and it's going to be rolled out nationally, I think, in due course.
And that's one of the things we contribute to is in East Genomics there's a variety of what's called working groups. Some aligned around diseases, some around technologies, and there is a GP working group that I think you sit on that, don't you, Chris?
Occasionally.
Occasionally, right. Lynch syndrome is there because Lynch syndrome in the genetic variations in Lynch, if they're found in men, can predispose them to a particularly aggressive prostate cancer. So again, sticking with BRCA is just nonsense. Sorry, I'm whinging on again. Apologies. Right. The diagnostic odyssey. This is basically the patient's journey from diagnosis to treatment. It is convoluted, but we're working in a variety of things. One is called CGIP is the acronym, so Cancer Genetics
Genomic Improvement Program.
Yep. That is really to try and make what's called turnaround times much more rapid, because I think we've had various stories of people waiting years and many, many months to get a diagnosis or results from their genetic testing. So the Cancer Genomic Improvement Program is just one example where we're trying to enhance the patient diagnostic odyssey. But there's so many things involved in that, I think.
I mean, if you talk to any patient who's had a diagnosis of a rare disease or a cancer, the one thing they'll say is we want it to happen tomorrow. We don't have to wait 6 to 12 months to get a proper diagnosis or go through testing before we have, biopsies and surgery, whatever's required. So time is precious. So we just want to see the whole thing speeded up, and that's where the patient odyssey is coming in, and we're trying to improve the patient lot, basically. I was speaking to a colleague last week who's a consultant dermatologist, and she was telling me that histopathology are taking 3 to 4 months on average to come up with tissue results for patients with carcinomas or melanomas. So that's just too long. It should be done within a couple of weeks, because quite often patients are coming back to her and it's too late to do anything radical. So patient outcomes are not good.
And then just our last thing, again, is improving turnaround times. We just talked about turnaround times, really. So important to try and get the information that's garnered from people undergoing diagnostic tests to translate that information into something that the oncologist or the rare disease specialist can then communicate to the patient, so a meaningful intervention can take place pretty quickly. So that's one of the things that we're really working on. And I guess we're going to finish with some news that the future's bright. The future's what? Genomics. Did you want to say that? Okay.
No.
I'll take that back.
Well, it used to be the future's orange if you go back 20 years. But
20 years?
No, the future's genomics.
Yeah. So just in closing, I'd say that Chris mentioned the 10-year plan. As part of that, it's quite patient-centric, the 10-year plan. At least 2 of the 4 pillars talk about patients. We are currently working with the board of East Genomics to get their funding renewed from April, and a big part of that is patient-centric. Those of you in clinical trials will know that patient-reported outcomes are a key part of that. So all you pharma people, all you investors, all you biotechs, remember, patients are important. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for a couple of quick questions, apparently.
One question. One question, please.
Hang on.
Give us a chance. Gentlemen, thank you. It was very, very interesting. And I think a lot of us have been through a sort of similar thing. Can you make a comment about how regional the speed of diagnosis and treatment is? Because I actually feel that I have been very, very lucky being in Cambridge and having an extremely keen primary care practice that's then led me to very, very rapid referral to Addenbrooke's, who are also then very, very rapid in how fast they carry out diagnosis and treatment. I just wish it was like that in the rest of the country.
I agree. It is extremely patchy, as we've discovered. So, there are 7 GMSAs in England, and the results are very different for each GMSA, but within our patch of East Anglia and East Midlands, it's also very, very different. I think Addenbrooke's is particularly good because it's got a genomic laboratory hub on the doorstep, and so results tend to be a lot quicker. But I think patient pathways do vary tremendously, and obviously your first contact is with primary care. And if your GP's on the ball and understands what needs to happen, it will happen quickly. But sadly, it doesn't. And there's certain areas like the Fens and areas of social economic deprivation, like Great Yarmouth, for example, where patients are not getting the right care, and it's taking far too long to get any care, let alone a diagnosis for something serious.
And of course, there's all this stuff with GPs and PSA testing as well. Not every GP will allow you to have a PSA test. Bradley.
We're gonna have to wrap it up, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry, guys. We're gonna have to move on. We're gonna have to move on to our next fireside chat. But I would definitely encourage you to, continue the conversations in the networking session. But huge thanks to Eddie and Chris. Sorry to cut this short. Thank you. So now I'd like to welcome Nick and Dennis to the stage for our final fireside chat for this session. Thank you.
Great. Hello, Dennis.
Greetings. Can everybody hear me? Holy smokes, it's a little empty in here. Didn't you know I was coming? First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Dennis Ford, and I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. And I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Life Science Nation. And Life Science Nation spends a lot of time. We have a conference here tomorrow in conjunction with Tony, One Nucleus event. And we're going to have about 100 investors from around Europe, North America, and Asia. And we have about 150 companies that are coming from around the world to connect up with the investors and start a dialogue that hopefully will eventually get them some money or a licensing deal. And I'll let Nick do a quick introduction for himself.
Sure, yes. So hi, I'm Nick. So I am CEO and co-founder of a new startup called Serenatis Bio. We're about a year old. We're based in Cambridge, and we work in psychiatry. We're developing treatments for obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. I've been in drug development for about 25 years. I stumbled into it when my children were born with an ultra-rare disease called alkaptonuria, black bone disease, about 25 years ago. And at the time, I set up a consortium, raised 30 million in grant funding, and then developed a drug through preclinical phase 2 and phase 3 and got it approved by the European Medicines Agency 5 years ago, and then separately by the FDA this year. And then have decided to work on OCD, again for personal reasons. It runs very deeply in my family, and I've been running a support group in Cambridge for the past 10 years, and lost a very good friend of mine to suicide 5 years ago to a very severe form of OCD called false memory OCD.
So yes, you heard it right. His children had a rare disease which was diagnosed, and so he says it can be fatal. I better go create a drug to cure my children. And it worked. And then he created a foundation so that other parents with children of that disease can also get the drug. And then he said, okay, now that I've taken care of that, I think I'll take care of a personal matter that I have, which is I'll create a drug for OCD. And so I first met Nick about, 3 years ago?
A year and a half.
Oh, about a year and it feels like 3. So he does all this stuff, and I'm just trying to introduce him to some people I know. But the good news is that when I first met Nick, I heard his story, and I'm like, wow, check. In my life, I have this thing called de-risking an asset. And so because we're in the early stage world of helping people get money and licensing deals, when I meet somebody, I have to look at them. I'm like, okay, so tell me a little bit about yourself. And they tell me a story, and I start to go, what's the founder like? Check. What's his technology like? Check. What's his milestones look like? Check. Does he have any data? Check. And I start to go down the de-risking stack, because is anybody out here raising money? Thank you, Patrick. If you're raising money, it's really, really hard to do. You can't stay in your region, and you've got to play this thing called the numbers game. So what happens to me is I meet scientists, and I have to teach them a little bit about sales, BD, marketing, and when I talk to them, they kind of look at me like, I'm not one of you, and you're not one of me, so how can we make this work? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm a sales guy, but I got to teach you some basic sales things. You've got to learn how to play a numbers game. And so the numbers game works by, if you're a buyer, meaning an investor or licensing partner, and you have a mandate to invest or do a deal, you got to go find 800 to 1,000 companies in a year and vet them and pick a couple and do deals with them. On the other side of the table, if you're the seller like Nick is, he's got to go out and raise some money, and he's got to go find 800 investors or licensing partners that are a fit for his stage of development and his product. Most people have no idea that you have to do that. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about some of your experiences when you first started out.
Yeah, of course. Basically, a year and a half ago, when we were starting to think about setting up the company, it was my first foray really into raising investment. Until then, it'd been grants. And any of you who've done grants, you'll know it's a pretty thankless task. For the EC, we were doing like 100-page applications and all that kind of stuff. It's really hard work. And when I started about a year and a half ago, I started to look online. I thought, my God, there's thousands of these investors everywhere. This should be pretty straightforward. And oh my God, it wasn't. And I think the wake-up call was actually an email. I subscribed to Dennis's weekly email from Life Science Nation, and there was, he'd written a piece saying, on average, you have to contact around 800 to 1,000 investors to get one deal, and it takes between 9 months and 18 months. And I was like, okay, I get it. This is going to be on a completely different scale. It's going to be hard work. I need to make sure that any rejections, don't take them personally, just keep going and all that. And so really tried to kind of systematize the whole thing, So from warm intros, people who introduce you, going to these conferences, going to Resi, going to every conference I can think of, whether it's LSX, Resi in Boston, Resi in Spain, JPM, Resi in London tomorrow, JPM, Bioequity, kind of all of them. And then secondly, also through your own personal contacts, going to all the receptions and all that. But also, actually, what was quite successful and that most people actually frown upon was cold email campaigns. They really do work. And so what I did was I bought the Life Science Nation database. You can basically get it for 6 months. And they have summaries of all the investors and all the email addresses and all that. And I basically started a cold email campaign where I'd start sending 10 emails a day, 20 emails a day, and all that kind of stuff. You get about a 1% response, people who respond and all that. But basically, at the time we were doing a pre-seed round, that was £1 million. It took us about 6 months to do the pre-seed round. And one of our investors was entirely through a cold email campaign. I looked at all the investors on there who were interested in neuroscience, reached out to them, got an immediate response from these people, and they ended up investing. And we've just launched our Series A about 2 months ago. That's for 24 million. Again, cold email is actually working. It's just really hard work. And we have an intern who helps us. You have to do it. I can explain, there's a whole process to go through. But basically what I realized is that you have to be very systematic about this. So you need your CRM, your customer relationship management, and we use Pipedrive, which I think is absolutely awesome. It links up with your email, it links up with absolutely everything and all that, and then you can track all your investors, and every time you have a meeting, I log into it and all that. I know if they're warm investors, cold investors, who's spoken to them, when I need to speak to them again, and everything. So you absolutely need your CRM. And then you need your plan for the year, what conferences you're going to. And when you're setting up, I realized I needed to put a budget of at least 10 to 15 grand just for fundraising, And so for your conferences, I realized you have to book them super early. As soon as they start selling them, you get them because you get, I booked my JPM 9 months in advance. That way you get the most reduced rates for everything. The hotel, I end up in some Airbnb that is really cheap compared to the, I booked my flights well in advance. You can get flights £400 return, not 400 grand. So just really try and make it very systematic and then follow up every single lead. What I learned in fundraising is So for instance, I'm on a whole bunch of WhatsApp groups. One is kind of fundraising for biotechs. And the way I found our lead, Zinc, last year, I was on that thing and I was going through and someone says, does anybody know Zinc? And I was like, I wonder who Zinc are. And I looked them up and I thought, God, these guys look great. And I got a personal intro. So you have to be totally systematic. You have to follow every single lead. Even if you hear someone having a conversation, mention that, you write that down, you follow every single thing, and it is entirely a numbers game. And then after that, you have to really refine your pitch, And so you have to have your 10-second pitch, your 30-second pitch, your 1-minute pitch, your 5-minute pitch, your 20-minute, your half hour, your 1 hour. I've got 5 different pitch decks, one for presentations on Zoom where there's not too much writing because people get confused. One is the deck I send to people where there is links to the references and everything. One which is the confidential deck that has everything. One that's the 2-minute deck. One that's the 1-pager. It's just unbelievable. It's entirely a communications exercise, and you have to be doing it 100% of the time. It's really hard work, but we did our pre-seed round. We closed that in 6 months, okay. That was £1 million, we're very pleased. So our main investor, or our lead investor, Zinc, I told you how we found them. We have another investor called P53, met them through one of the conferences. Our Italian investor met through cold emailing. Another investor was another conference. A family office I was invited to give a talk to a bunch of high net worths. And then our angel investor was through an angel network, And so for the Series A, again, we're doing it very systematically with this intern who we've now hired and given a job, who is just amazing. She is just amazing, so systematic. And we're looking at everything, not just the LSN database, but you have online databases now that are free, which are AI and all that. They're not great, but you still go through them, and you just follow up and follow up and follow up,
So it's an unbelievable story, but it's also a transition. And when someone comes from middle management in pharma and then goes into drug development and grant writing and then has to learn one universe and then they have to go into another universe and they go figure out how am I going to go get capital money instead of grant money. And capital money is pretty much the same as finding licensing partners. You both have to really get into it. But no matter where you are, I'm in Boston, and I was just in Japan 3 weeks ago, in Brazil last week, and I'm in London now, and I'll be at the JP Morgan Resi event in January. We call it the 4Ds, drugs, devices, diagnostics, and digital health. If you get a tech transfer or you do some research and you leave the mothership and you go into an incubator or an accelerator, they're going to put together a cohort and you're going to be selected and everybody takes their selfie and then they say, okay, we're going to get some talking heads and they're going to say, how do you figure out the regulatory? How do you figure out how to protect your IP? How do you do all this? And then you get a mentor or a coach or an entrepreneur in residence and they're going to teach you how to do a PowerPoint. And so when I got into this world about 13 years ago, I'm like, why is there a 90% failure rate across the board for the last 20 years in drugs, in devices, in diagnostics? It's like 90% failure rate. And so as I started looking at the industry, I saw scientists decide who gets the tech transfer license, scientists decides who gets into the incubator cohort, scientists decide how do you teach how to do a PowerPoint, and then they do a PowerPoint at the end of a 2-week or 6-week session or a 2-month session, and they bring some angels and family offices, and they do their little presentation, everybody shakes hands, take more selfies, and you're saying, good luck raising money. And so I talked to like 3 people today, and just, from meeting some folks. First person, how you doing? Oh, are you raising money? Yes. How much are you raising? 400,000. No, you're not. That's the wrong amount of money. Next guy, how much are you raising? 500,000. Why? It's not enough. Every time you stick out your hand, you're giving 20 or 25% of your company away. And if you don't want to do that, no one's going to be able to talk to you because as things progress, things dilute. So you've got to go figure out, how do you get the first 12 months? What are the milestones? How do you value those milestones? And what do you do for the next 24? And what do you do for the next 36? And you add those up, and that's called your ask. Every single region, I don't care if it's the UK, the Nordic region, São Paulo, Brazil, Kobe, Japan, every single region, it's like got their own mob. It's like the mafia in where I come from. There's the angels, the family offices, and the VCs that do early stage. You go to them and they go, oh yeah, you got a really good product, but you know, you're too early, you're not really worth anything. So they want to take as little money as they can and get as much stock as they can. And then you get brainwashed going around talking to all the angels, family offices, PE, VC guys in your region. And then you come to me when you go out and you leave the region, and I'm over there, why are you only raising 500K? It doesn't make any sense. And they go, oh, I was told that's what I have to do. And so why is there a 90%? Do any of this ring true to you?
Yes.
Please go.
Right. I guess we don't have much time left, but just a couple of other things I learned is that obviously your science needs to be really strong, you know, really strong. But then also your personal story also needs to be really strong, you know, why you're doing it and all that. And it needs to be very clear. And that really took a bit of a while. So obviously my personal story was originally my kids with the rare genetic disease alkaptonuria. That's a huge motivator. Now it's OCD. You know, I don't know how many of you know much about OCD. It's very common. It's not a quirk of personality. It's not about lining up your pencils. You know, it's a very devastating disorder. And I've been living with it for many years. It runs very deeply in my family. I lost a very good friend to suicide 5 years ago to this form of OCD called false memory OCD. And so you have to be very clear on why you're doing it, what your message is, and how you're really going to change something. And really, for me, the whole changing point for that was actually about 25 years ago when a friend invited me to be best man at his wedding, and I was really, really scared. I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? And so I read a whole bunch of books about public speaking, about communication, all that kind of stuff, and that really helped. So I think just to say a number of things. One is if you're fundraising, you have to do it very systematically. But secondly, you really, really need to practice your communication. You absolutely do. You need to practice pitching and pitching and pitching over and over again to yourself. You need to be able to tell your story in 5 seconds, in 10 seconds, 30 seconds, etc.
And we've, I basically wrote a book on the subject, and you can get a copy over at our table, or I can send you a software copy, an e-copy of the book. I'm D. Ford at lifesciencenation.com. But we just did a 20-person boot camp yesterday, and we had 2 hours to try and get them to change from where they were to the Shark Tank that we had coming in. So we have this idea that, can you just tell me what your company does in 6 to 8 words? And then can you do it, and usually they say, oh, I'm going to make a big change. I'm going to make patients' life better in cancer. And like, that doesn't tell me who you are or what you do. It's a slogan. And then once we get them to really say, I've got a novel small molecule for hard tumor breast cancer that's using, you know, a new gene or whatever, we get it down to the 5 or 6 words. And then we do the 6 or 7 sentences. And then after that, it just kind of nets out who you are and what you do. And then after that, we say, now, who are you personally? Like, tell me your story. So we had 20 companies in there yesterday. I go up to each person. He goes, a really good, a dear member of my family died of asthma. I said, I'm going to figure out how to cure asthma, how to predict it early so that we have a better chance. And every single person we talk to, they go, oh, my story's not that great. And every single one was completely amazing. So understanding how you get from your product and personalize yourself as a human with passion and a need and drive. How do you get that in front of somebody? And that's really as important. So as funny as it may seem, I did this thing for the NIH one time with 50 companies, and I went to my friend, the director, I said, how do we do? And he talked to the program manager, go, how did they do? And they go, yeah, they teach scientists how to be human. So I think that's an important point, that when you're going to go meet somebody, it's going to start with a fit in commonality, and then it's going to start with a dialogue where you start to talk to each other, and then the dialogue, when you start to exchange each other and get to know each other, turns into a relationship, and then the relationship turns into a transaction. That's kind of how you have to look at it. So I hoped we helped you guys today.
Sure. I guess just a final thing, which is something that actually Prashant said at the OBN Awards last week. It's a really good community, I find, the biotech community, and most of the help I get actually is from other founders, as well as investors and all that. And really, I use that all the time. You know, it's absolutely fantastic, and I think, you know, it really helps.
Thank you, guys. That concludes the end of our session. Just want to say a huge thank you to Nick and Dennis. I think that was a really great way to end the session. I'm sure you can all agree. So we'd invite you now to join us outside for a coffee break, continue the networking. But yeah, if you could join me in saying a big thank you.
Well, but you know, kind of part of these things you want instructions recently. This is doing it right.
Well, if you say they will get in touch, but helps chop it down.
So I'm just going to go. Okay, see you in a bit. This is over my keynote. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone, as we head into the final session of today's conference. As you've seen through the day, given the fact this was the 25th edition of Genesis, we've had a look at 25 years ahead and what's in the future. We've spent some time looking back on what, and we will do through this session, about whether we've achieved as a sector. But I think every time when you look back over anything, there's always been maybe something you didn't expect that you thought was going to happen. And so I'm delighted for the next fireside chat. We have Olivia Cavlin and Nick Bastin to talk about just what surprised them. What has surprised you over 25 years?
Thank you so much, Tony. And just before we get into the questions, I just want to introduce Olivia, who is a fantastic clinician turned operator turned investor who's helping shape the future of biotech from every angle. She's currently a partner at LifeArc Ventures. LifeArc Ventures, a not-for-profit investor in early-stage life science companies, but was previously Chief Corporate Development and Strategy Officer at Alchemab, a company I'm sure is just familiar to many people in the room, which is one of the UK's most fascinating biotechs, which she helped to co-found and lead through major fundraisings to complete some major deals with Eli Lilly. Before Alchemab, Olivia was investment principal at SV Health and a partner at McKinsey and Company, was part of the leadership team in healthcare, private equity and pharmaceutical practices, is also a non-exec director at the BIA. She brings a rare blend of scientific insight and investment acumen. She's here to share her thoughts on what has surprised her over the last 25 years in biotech. So without further ado, from a UK perspective, what has been the most surprising development in pharma and biotech over the last 25 years? What do you think?
Start on an easy one, Nick. So I would say that one of the things that I have been, I guess not surprised about, but really pleased about is the success of some of UK science. So, and I'm sure actually a load of folk in the room will be very familiar with this, but just to recap, we've had some amazing successes. So the highest selling drug of all time, which is Humira, which over the last several years have brought in a total of over 200 billion, was discovered just up the road from here. The third highest selling drug of all time, which is Keytruda, was humanized by MRC turned LifeArc, which is a fabulous place to be. And I see some LifeArc folk in the room. We are incredibly privileged to be supported by some of that. We had some fabulous, incredible scientists at Kudos, and many of you will know Kudos, who discovered the very first PARP inhibitor, which is an extremely challenging medicinal chemistry problem. And I think we are very, very privileged to have been able to do that. Over to Oxford, and of course, one of the very first COVID-19 vaccines was the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is one of the highest selling vaccines. Well, it's actually not the highest selling in terms of value, but certainly the highest selling, or one of the highest selling in terms of volume vaccines, and has been incredibly successful. So we have had some real knock-out-the-park successes over the last 25 years. And if I was going to say what is a surprise, and let's end on a positive note, but what's surprised is that I don't think that we've properly capitalized on those. I think one of the surprises to me is just how great the science is that we have in this country, and just how, I'd say, little we get rewarded for it. And it's a little bit of a bugbear of mine, which may come up again and again in this discussion, but I think we need to be prouder and better at getting that science out there.
Need better PR, maybe, to shout that from the rooftops.
Possibly, Nick. Yeah.
And so have there been any sort of technologies or trends over that period which you initially underestimated but turned out to be transformative?
So I think there are different ways of looking at trends. We've got both trends in terms of kind of therapeutic areas, and then we've got trends in terms of specific technology. So, of course, through the first kind of many years of that 25 years, it was very much a small molecule and antibody type territory. But more recently, of course, we've had kind of a huge number of different types of modalities coming to the fore. Some of them haven't quite made it yet, but some of them are very exciting. Some of the ones that I think are particularly interesting are things like radiopharmaceuticals. When I was at McKinsey, I remember looking very closely at AAA before it was acquired by Novartis and Lutathera, thinking, wow, that's an incredible molecule, but, how are people going to actually make that thing? And then to see what Novartis has done to kind of both bring in Lutathera and AAA and build out that radiopharmaceutical franchise and then spur on a whole kind of industry of radiopharmaceuticals, which are really only now starting to get to patients. I think that's really exciting and really interesting. Similarly, ADCs, just a few years ago, I was in venture back in SV, and we used to talk about ADCs being very complicated, very kind of toxic molecules, and we weren't sure anything's going to come of it. And now we've got a whole host of ADCs coming to patients and really making a difference. So things like Mylotarg and others, are just great. And then, I think looking forward, there are some really exciting things, although I find it a little bit scary because I'm very much a kind of antibody small molecule type person at heart, are things like in vivo gene editing, which, is being enabled a lot by some of the AI discoveries that we have. And before I finish on that, I just want to also talk a little bit about other changes that and kind of surprises that are interesting. So back in the 2000s, I was, for my sins, part of teams that would go into big pharmaceuticals companies and essentially cut down their neuroscience teams. And I remember at the time very, very well that it was because, from a clinical trial perspective, these things weren't going to translate. No one understood the biology, and we're just going to kill it and forget it. And I have just been delighted to see that over the last 5 years or so, and particularly since the approval of donanemab and lecanemab, that neuroscience is really coming to the fore again. And there are so many exciting technologies which are in that space and have potential to read out, even in the next few months. It's one to keep a watch on.
Fantastic. And how do you think the sort of integration of computational biology and data science has changed the trajectory of biotech innovation over the last maybe at least 10 years, if not more?
So, firstly, I wouldn't say it's been around for even 10 years. I'd say, analytics, advanced analytics has been around for, but computational biology in the way that it enhances drug discovery today is I'd say, a relatively new thing. So I'm a little bit cynical here. I think that computational biology and AI can really enhance your drug discovery process, but I question whether it will ever replace it. And ultimately, that's because of everything that I have seen, certainly in my various roles through over the last years, is that the real challenge is the biology. The real challenge is understanding which are the targets to go for, uncovering new targets and understanding those very nuanced mechanisms in different patient types. And so that's where I think kind of, the next round of computational biology and AI really needs to start to dig in before we're going to see the absolute benefits, that these technologies can deliver. And we're certainly not there yet.
Great. And how do you think the UK's role in kind of global R&D partnerships has evolved? And has that been different to how you might have thought it would have been? Has it evolved differently to how you might have expected?
So I think the thing, I've spent a lot of years running around, by Europe, JPM, trying to flog some science, to be honest, and often with not very much in my hands to be able to do it. And one thing that I would say about the UK's position and perspective, Big Pharma's perspective of the UK, is that top quality science does come out of the UK. And I don't think that's changed. In fact, I think that continues. That's why we have, big teams of Lilly here in the UK. That's why we've got, we did have Merck here in the UK and a number of others. That's, we know people from AbbVie who are constantly in the UK and doing kind of scouting. That's why actually we've got, Asian big pharma companies like Chugai and Ono constantly over in the UK trying to find that science. I would just say, I don't think their perspective of UK science has changed that much. I think they are they're just trying to get a better understanding of how to build their network in the UK to really uncover what it is that they want to do partnerships with.
Do you think that early stage kind of company creation is more professionalized now in the UK, coming out of universities? And
I mean, absolutely. So, again, I think earlier today this has been discussed, but one of the challenges that we have in we often talk about lack of growth capital, and yes, that is a problem, but lack of early stage capital for biotech companies is absolutely profound. You know, the UK, all we are putting down as a biomedical catalyst grant this year is 25 million. That's it. For the whole of, you know, you can have charities that give more to early stage biotechs in the US. I mean, I find that really difficult to understand. And so I think it's really hard. I mean, I'm saying it's really hard, unfortunately, for early stage biotech these days to actually find that funding without already being part of a professionalized VC firm. So certain VC firms in the UK would be things like the BioVelocita Sofinova Fund, SV does company creation, Medici sometimes does a little bit of company creation. But you have to be one of the many to kind of get in there, and then you're kind of okay from an early stage capital perspective. And if you don't get in there, then it's just very tough. You have to go, it's all about grants. It's all about, using any kind of academic capital that you possibly can. It's and potentially going abroad, actually.
So what advice would you give to founders about building that investor confidence in a science-driven business with very long lead times? And has that changed over the last 25 years?
Well, I'd say it has changed over 25 years because you've got to have proper slides now, and you've got to, it's faster, acetates or something. But you have, again, you've heard it all before, but you have to have a really crisp story. And I have to say that, having now moved from an operator role to a VC, it's not even just about you having a really great story. It's about whether or not your current, your story actually fits the mandate of that fund at that point in time. So, the funds will have, certain amounts of capital, certain amount of deals that they will do at specific times. They'll have a specific shape of a deal that they will want to do, whether that's kind of, they don't mind getting their hands a little bit dirty and building that, or they want to be completely hands-off and let you run your own company on its own. They will have specific ideas about the therapeutic area that they want you to operate in. They'll have specific, as we all do, have preconceptions about, what modalities that they like. And you kind of have to be really lucky to get in there to kind of at the right time with the right person in the right fund to make that happen. So really the only way, I don't want to paint a negative picture, but the way to do that is to speak to everyone. Albeit you might want to strategize about when you go to who and at what times, come to that if helpful. But again, your pitch has to be absolutely very sharp on what the investors want to know, and that is, how much capital do they have to put in to get to what value inflection point? What is that value inflection point, and is that an exitable value inflection point for them? So have you gone and spoken to Big Pharma to work out whether or not they're going to buy the company at that point or not? And if you can be absolutely straight about all of those bits from the get-go, it just makes it much easier for the VC to go, right, these guys know what they're talking about, and they know they're on my wavelength, they understand what matters to me, and it just makes it easier for them to take that forward.
That you're thinking commercially, basically, about how they're going to make
Absolutely.
money, how you're going to make money.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
And so what lessons would you say there have been from the UK-specific surprises that should guide us over the next 25 years?
What lessons? I don't know. I think I might have covered that to some extent in terms of you've got to go. Well, if we're going to tell you a little bit more about timing of things as well. So lessons, I would say, it's really hard. And don't be discouraged by one person's negativity or even several people's negativity. Keep going, although do listen to feedback. So if you have multiple people telling you the same thing, then that probably means something. So you probably have to change something in your deck or work out how you're going to address something differently. I would also say that it's not necessarily a last 25 years thing, but because in our industry, because it's R&D heavy, it's all about interest rates. So 5 years ago, interest rates were high. Interest rates were low. Interest rates are high now. That means the cost of capital is more. That means that people want to get things to clinic and to value inflection points more quickly, which therefore means that platforms where you spend a lot of capital building out something which doesn't have a clear endpoint are less in vogue, and assets are much more of interest, and assets and when you're going to get that into the right stage. So if you're a founder and you've got a fabulous platform, you've essentially got to kind of pivot your story to some extent to focus on, this is how I'm getting this asset ahead. And you might briefly talk a little bit about that platform, but really what you're going to do is not talk that much. You're going to do what I would call skunk works on your platform while you're using the capital to take your lead programs forward. So that is a key thing to think about. Another thing would be to think carefully. I said go out and speak to absolutely everyone. These days, because you need to get to value inflection points, and I can see we're kind of running out of time, what you want to do is raise enough capital to get you to that value inflection point in one go, as opposed to having to go out and again and again and again. And what that means is that ideally you have bigger VCs, and ideally you have, the likes of a Forbion or an EQT or something like that, who will be prepared to back you, kind of longer. One thing, a little bit of a secret that I've learned, which I wasn't aware of before I'd gone back into VC, was quite how many bridges are done. So most biotechs actually get bridge financed. Again and again and again. And Alchemab, we may have had something like that happen at one point. And I remember at the time, as an operator, thinking, oh my God, we're getting a bridge finance. This is dreadful. We're absolutely failing here. But actually, it's just part and parcel of the industry, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. But you're only able to get that financing if you have a decent round of investors with you.
Absolutely. Tony, have we got time for one question? Have we got a question from the floor? Yes, lady here.
Thanks, Olivia. Really interesting. Has the meteoric ascent of China surprised you?
It's a really good question. So yes, absolutely. So if there are any lessons, I would say, so China is both an opportunity and a threat. So it's an opportunity because, it's an opportunity certainly seen from the VC world, because they go, right, we can go and pick up some great assets from China and we can, take them forward, and that's great. So it's, that's good. From a threat side of things, you have to be really thoughtful in early stage about your IP. So particularly platform IP, because of course, once you file something, it will become public after a year's time. And the minute something becomes public, if China picks it up, there'll be 10 assets of exactly, just very, very close to what you've done. So there are several strategies around that. One is that you can, if you're very confident about the confidentiality of all of your IP, you can kind of pull your filing just before you have your PCT and your kind of release of your information. But that's massively risky. So you really don't want to do that. Another thing that you can do that I think, and I think IP firms are going to have to get much more sophisticated about this, is start to name your drugs in your patents differently to what you name publicly, so that your patent, essentially, when it goes public, becomes a bit buried, but it's still linked to it's still linked to your company. But certainly for early stage companies, I think that is a big threat. And then when it comes to thinking about kind of platform IP, again, it's less of a threat because China are less, they're not going to go and build a platform. But again, it is an area you want to be thoughtful about. How much do you keep, particularly if it's an AI, if it's a code for an AI model or something, how much do you want to keep as know-how versus what are you going to patent? So, opportunity and threat, but certainly from an early stage biotech side, I'd be very, very cautious about it. The other thing I would just say, just as a note of caution, is cybersecurity is paramount. So, always make sure that, you don't, all of the phishing type stuff, You don't click on any links. You don't do any of that. And the UK government have actually, I think, along with the BIA, are trying to support UK life sciences companies to make sure that they're very aware of that threat.
Well, thank you, Olivia, for a fascinating discussion. I'm sure we'd all show our appreciation.
Many thanks, both of you there. I think one of the things as you were talking made me think about two things out of it, really. The Chinese, what I see in the press, are much quicker at building bridges than the UK is. So we better be careful if we do too many of the bridges. They might catch us up. And the Cybermen are out to get us. So we've got to be careful with those too, which is, right, quite unusual for this bit now, because I'm going to have to call myself to the stage, along with Pedro from Neo Therapeutics, just to have a chat about... I'll tell you what we're chatting about now.
Quite a lot of space for two people. Where is it? Am I allowed to have some of it?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the next 20 minutes or so, we're just going to have a chat. The UK, as I see it, over 25 years, I don't know how many policy documents I've read, presentations I've listened to about how we build the UK innovation ecosystem and how we scale it. And I don't know, how we scale it has been a... Probably we talked about the first Genesis, I would imagine, but that was there. But I'm delighted to have Pedro on the stage, because if you just introduce yourself and the journey of Neo so far, and then we can talk maybe a bit about the UK and how that's worked.
Happy to, yes. Thank you very much, Tony. It's a pleasure to be here. Okay, so founder and co-founder and CEO of Neo Therapeutics. We are a company building engineered microbial vectors to modify the physical properties of solid tumors so that we can get better immune and drug infiltration in these tumors and basically enable curative responses in patients with solid tumors that currently don't respond to advanced therapies. We had I guess a slightly unusual start to the building of the company in that we are not an academic spin-out. I don't know who in the audience was here for the first panel after lunch where Kerstin mentioned some of the work that Deep Science Venture does, and we are a Deep Science Ventures company where we basically built our technology to address what we saw as a significant clinical unmet need, which is the lack of adequate penetration of large biologics like antibodies and cell-based therapies into solid tumors because of how dense and fibrotic the microenvironment of these tumors is, which is a problem that no one's been able to address properly so far. And we set out to try to address this problem by engineering basically a solution for it. And the way that we did this was by taking advantage of the one biological agent that we know is very good at penetrating tumors no matter how dense and fibrotic they are, which is bacteria. So we designed a synthetic biology platform to program bacterial products that can go into these tumors and locally produce enzymes that break down some of these fibrotic components and make these tumors softer and better penetrated by different types of drugs. So in mouse models, preclinical, which is where we are, we can take mice that don't respond to advanced therapies and we can take them to full curative responses. So we started the company back in 21. Me and my co-founder literally in a shipping container turned into a lab in West London behind Shepherd's Bush Market, which is where we initially built our technology, managed to generate enough data to get our first biomedical catalyst from Innovate UK, which is something that I'm sure we'll talk about more. That got us our first check into the company. We moved initially to Cambridge and now to the Stevenage Bioscience Catalyst, where we've been for the last 3 years, building the company through our pre-seed raise back in 2023, and to where we are now, where we're building our, raising around to take our lead asset into the clinic, hopefully within the next couple of years.
An exciting journey. But it's interesting you pointed out, you weren't an academic spin-out. Do you think the world would have been different, or the journey would have been different if you were?
Yes.
How?
It's interesting because I think probably the company wouldn't exist if we were an academic spin-out because of just the whole genesis of the company. The idea of using engineering principles to actually design a solution for a problem means that we didn't set out to build an engineered microbe company. We didn't set out to build a synthetic biology company. We set out to build a stromal remodeling company. And we looked and spent a lot of time looking at what people have attempted to do in this space before, what has worked, what didn't, and came to this idea that, or to this understanding that part of the problem was that most of these components that make tumors so dense are essential components for the structural homeostasis of every tissue in the body. So really the problem that we needed to address here was how to break these down specifically in the tumor and not in any other tissue of the body, which is where this idea of a smart biologically activated solution came into and how we got to bacteria. So we didn't really come across a technology that we then needed to find a market for and build a company around. It was almost the other way around. Obviously, the other side of that coin is that building a company like this means that we, as we were back in that shipping container trying to like generate some initial proof of concept data, we're competing with pre-seed companies that had 4 or 5 years of a postdoc, of an academic postdoc behind them, and that makes fundraising a lot more challenging.
I mean, you touched upon, I guess, the biomedical catalyst sort of innovation, I guess, at that point to bring that through, or at least rebadging of granting and in a targeted way. And when you think about now, you set up in the UK, I mean, you travel to so many countries, fundraising, doing deals and so forth. What do you feel helped you in the UK? What was a positive impact, perhaps?
Talent. I mean, everyone talks about this all the time, and it's definitely true. Like the quality of the science in the UK means that even though we were not an academic spin-out, I was trained in the University of Cambridge. My co-founder was trained in the University of Edinburgh. We brought all of the knowledge that we gained in these academic institutions, and we hired talent that came from UK science. The UK is a leader in synthetic biology. We managed to harness that and really get great science built from the ground up. And I think that's really one of the key advantages of building something in the UK, particularly in somewhere like Stevenage, where we're basically in the center of the Golden Triangle, so we can recruit both from Cambridge and from London with all of the amazing universities we have here.
It's interesting. I think we quite rightly are proud of the talent base and quality in the UK, and I think that you can't build anything without a good foundation, so it's kind of reassuring to hear that. I guess when you look back on it now, what were the things that were frustrating or you think could have been done better to help you accelerate your growth maybe or get set up? Were there things you felt were missing?
Missing. In the beginning, I mean, as I said, it was challenging to compete with academic spin-outs. I don't think that the UK ecosystem is really prepared still to look at innovation that doesn't come out of universities because of how I think rightfully proud we are of the universities that we have and how used we are to building ventures that come out as university spin-outs. I always talk about how frustrating it is to me that the words spin-out and startup are used as synonyms in the UK when they don't necessarily have to be. And to try to, like, you know, explain that different path and that path is as valid as any other in the beginning was quite challenging. But at the moment, I think we're having the challenge that everyone else is having, which is that early stage investment in the UK basically doesn't exist at the moment. And the fact that we were really incredibly reliant on Innovate UK to get started, and I am incredibly like a fan of what Innovate UK allows kind of early stage companies to do. But as we also heard from Kerstin earlier today, this year, they've sort of gone a little bit MIA, and it's quite, actually Olivia was just saying this as well, it's incredibly frustrating that after a year of basically no biomedical catalysts, no smart grants, we've got 25 million for everyone to fight for. So yes, this has been the challenge.
That's quite a bottleneck to build up. I just want to pick on something else Olivia said about going from the platform to the therapeutic. Mm-hmm. Where did you feel the pressure? Where did your narrative need to change?
Like, it was very clear for us from the beginning that basically what we're doing is building a new modality. And with any new modality that we build, both with the investors that we're talking to and the pharma companies that we want to partner with, what everyone wants to see is clinical validation. So we knew very early on that we needed to get to the point where we had a lead asset that we built and validated and got to the clinic as quickly as possible. That entire ecosystem has changed. It's become, I think, the rule now to look for quick and effective ways to get to early clinical validation in non-UK, non-US geographies, going to places like Australia, for example, and getting some early validation clinically, because unfortunately, most early-stage investors right now are also wanting to see that initial clinical validation to invest in you. So that's been our path for a while now, to raise some money to get us to that initial validation and then go from there.
It's kind of interesting. I sort of look at the way tech and biology come together and almost a more engineering mindset to solve the problem, which I guess is a sort of angle that Ola would come from, if you like. It was on the panel earlier. But it's also the case, I think, in tech you hear a lot about, what's the ramp to revenue? They just want to get to market and be. I guess for you just said, your focus really is on ramp to data.
It's ramp to data to enable revenue, right? We always kind of set out to build something that we wanted to work on in partnership with pharma companies, because what we're doing is building an enabling technology that we're sort of talking about as an API for cancer therapies, and that we can go and talk to pharma companies and say, listen, we can modify tumors so that any of these therapies that you have in your pipeline right now can get into these tumors more effectively. But we need to build the data that's going to enable those revenue-generating conversations, and that's the path that we've been following.
So I guess now when you're looking to raise again, and looking to compress that time, you look at the challenges ahead. Challenges to get that data and raise the money to get the data. When you compare the UK to other locations, we have to have the reality check sometimes. Are there better places we can learn from that would enable that?
I mean, listen, I don't know if there are better places that we can learn from. I think it's difficult everywhere right now, and let's not have kind of illusions about that. But having said that, if you look at any kind of seed or pre-Series A investment that happened from biotech, certainly therapeutics companies in the UK in the past 12 to 18 months, I can't think of one that was led by a UK fund. And when you combine that with the fact that sort of Innovate UK has taken a bit of a break, that means that most of us have had to look elsewhere for investment, because the fact of the matter is that the large majority of investments that you're seeing right now in the UK are investments that are around clinical stage assets. So that's the stage that we need to get to. And you need to go find the money where it is to get there. In our case, that meant going to the US to find tech investors to support us in the path there. Our largest investor for our pre-seed was a US investor. We've signed a term sheet with another US investor for our seed stage right now. Most of the syndicate that we're putting together at the moment is from either US investors or European investors with a foot in the US. So that's kind of the strategy that we're taking, and I think that's the strategy that most of the companies that I know that are in a similar stage to us are taking, to get to that initial clinical validation point, so that we can then come back and talk to the UK-based investors that are basically just looking at companies at that stage.
I'm not going to hold you to this because it's kind of future gazing a little bit, given where the investment's likely to come from. But actually, with the later investments generally have come from when you look at the volume in BIA reports, etc. Do you see in the future that, do you think you can scale a company in the UK now, or do we need to change something about our ecosystem?
I mean, I think you can, because I think ultimately just the quality of the ecosystem, the quality of the science here is great, and none of, obviously we're still at a very early stage, but none of the US investors that we've talked to that have invested in or that are invested in this round have ever kind of talked about wanting us to move. They're happy to invest in the talent here because it's good science, it's good talent, and it's ultimately it's also cost-effective talent compared to most of the hubs that you have in the US. So you can always attract investment from the US, but then you're competing on the world stage, right? And that is a challenge. So I do. It was great to hear again just now that I keep going to all of these panels and conferences where I constantly hear about how the problem in the UK is the lack of scale-up funding, and surely that is a problem as well. But right now, I think the problem that we have is that both the UK government and the UK investment ecosystem need to believe in UK science as much as external investors seem to. And I think hopefully we're getting there. There seem to be some good signals coming out into the new year.
I wouldn't argue with that. I think we see lots of data points that it's valued more externally than it is here, and which is bizarre in some ways. But any questions from the audience before I use up all of our time? Because you know me, I can talk for hours. It's not.
Yeah. I can keep going too.
Yeah, I can carry on talking. You know. But just rounding it out then, I guess, in that sense. So if you were now looking back to 21.
Yes. God, that was a while ago. Yes.
Or your 21 version of yourself was sat here. Now, what would be your key bit of advice?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, only just thought of it. I didn't pre-warn you.
You know, keep going, I guess, is one of them, which is the advice that you always get. Like, you know, believe in what you're building, because eventually the data will speak for itself, and when it does, people will want to talk to you. And even though there will be a slog in the meantime where you're kind of building and generating that data, once the data comes out, like it will kind of speak for you. And then I guess going back to the whole, I think, constraints of building the company in the way that we did, I would probably also say take a breather before you go talk to investors, and make sure that your value proposition is prepared, that you actually got the right data set to go talk to them, because you don't really want to burn bridges too early.
I guess it was Pitbull, I think, that with his phrasing in his song that says about.
I expected to.
If you, well, no, but it was something along that. It's a well-trodden path, but it was that sort of thing of pitch for money, you'll get advice. Pitch for advice, you'll get money twice, because you're just better positioned. But I think what I'm taking away from what you've just told us really is the UK is excellent, and it can compete in its science base. It's a great place to start the companies here. The ecosystem, the talent is really strong and supportive. And I guess if there's a wish out there, it's just that the government and the investment community here believed in the UK as much as other people seem to.
Well, they do, but in the early stages, we kind of pick up the early stage investment a little bit more before some really talented companies that are out there, you know.
That's right. Just back them before they go.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Pedro, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so we move to the final panel, and I've been looking forward to this one ever since we started putting it together, because I think it's one of those that we've heard about some great things that have been achieved, and great things that will be achieved, and value created in every stakeholder. But if we go back to the year 2001, when it was the first Genesis, what did we think we were going to achieve at that point collectively, and did we think we've delivered on that expectation? But just before I ask the panel to come up, just do a quick show of hands. How many people think that the sector has delivered? I've got a few bolder ones now. Bradley, you're a trendsetter. As soon as you went up, they were following you. So just check, and lots of people think that it hasn't delivered? and it's something that great category on every poll is like, don't know. But maybe to establish whether we know or not, I'm going to welcome Mike to the stage and his panel to talk us through how well it's gone.
Okay. So, we were talking about Cybermen earlier on, and now I'm going to be Doctor Who. We're going to go back in time. So, my name is Mike Ward. I'm the global head of life sciences and healthcare thought leadership at Clarivate. Although I'm probably best known as being a sort of a journalist covering the biotech sector since the mid-1980s, and it's probably one of the reasons why I've been asked to sort of do this, because I do remember 2000, which is half my life away. But actually, that's not true. It's a lot less than half my life away. But so what I'm going to do is we're going to look at okay, the last 25 years, has it actually delivered on what we promised ourselves back in 2000? And I'm glad to see that I'm not the only naysayer. I'm using one of those horse puns again. But the fact there are actually quite a lot of people who are sort of a bit sceptical about what we've achieved. But what we're going to do is I'm just going to take us back and actually remind what the world actually looked like in the year 2000. Particularly for quite a few you weren't there, and some of you have obviously got conveniently selective memories. 2000 was a very, very interesting year because it marked the zenith of the traditional blockbuster model. Okay, global pharmaceutical sales were about 354 billion. Now, if you remember the slide I showed this morning, the top 10 now are half that. The market was dominated by small molecule chemical drugs. Monoclonal antibodies were only just moving into the top 10. So what we had, the top selling drug was Lipitor, a statin, at $5 billion. Remember again this morning we got Keytruda at $30 billion. $5 billion wouldn't have got you in today's top 10. And we had Losec, which was the protein pump inhibitor, and that was, basically, so therefore they were primary care medicines for large populations. Rituxan was the only monoclonal antibody that was in the top 10, and it had sales of just about $500 million. Precision medicine basically didn't exist. We had Herceptin, and that was the exception. It wasn't the rule. Rare diseases, which again I sort of pointed out this morning, now represent 69% of all the drugs that are approved. Basically, were again non-existent. Certainly, they were absent from the top sellers. So the best-selling drugs at that time were mature, chemistry-driven molecules. The synthetic chemist was still God. And then, if you look at the sort of the pharmaceutical companies, apart from a few visionaries such as Jürgen Droyce at Roche, Jan Leschly at SmithKline Beecham, Tom McKillop at AstraZeneca, and Igor Landor at Aventis, which eventually became Sanofi, what we actually saw was the prevailing mindset amongst pharmaceutical companies. When I sort of talk to them about biotech, they go, biotech is a tool, but it's not the future. Okay, that was 2000, and yet, biotech itself was an interesting point, because this was the dot-com bubble was at its absolute peak. Biotech was potentially touted as the next internet, and what we saw was a whole bunch of companies were able to raise money. So about $37 billion was raised in the year 2000, which was a huge amount from what had gone before. And again, if you remember this morning, I showed you, this year, it's about $80 billion had been raised. So at that time, that was a huge amount of money. However, there was obviously a problem, because you've got all these companies who were sort of like being created at that time. And in fact, I was working for Biocentric at the time, and I wrote the first iceberg article, and it was called The Iceberg because essentially, this money would get us through the next few years, but these products that were going to go into the clinic would need more and more money. So in fact, the sort of 37 billion was the tip of the iceberg. And that made me very popular amongst people, I'll tell you. So, also we had the sort of the first sort of, I guess, publication or the first draft of the human genome. Okay, and that was a sort of a big deal. And we had President Clinton and Tony Blair getting up and going, yeah, but it's really important that everybody benefits from this. And that started sort of shockwaves within sort of the biotech sector, because everybody thought that, oh, crikey, we're not actually going to be able to make any money out of this. So that was a bit of a problem. The top companies at the time, Amgen, $65 billion market cap. Genentech was pioneer in monoclonal antibodies. It had about 30 billion. In Europe, interesting, for most of the 90s, the UK was top dog in Europe. But what we saw the emergence sort of in 1999 and 2000 of European biotechs. Celltech was still the biggest company in Europe, and we had interesting companies like Cambridge Analytical Technology that developed what the product that became Humira. We had Celexa, which was developing next generation genome sequencing, because the original, all that human genome sequencing was Sanger technology, which was about 25 years old at that time. And we saw the sort of the emergence of some biotechs, but we saw the likes of Atelion in Switzerland. We saw Genmab being created. So these companies did IPOs, and they became big companies. And that's something that we will sort of reflect on. The crucial point, though, is some of the transformative modalities that we were now talking about that are actually driving what's going on were not even sort of the twinkle in the eye. So, the first therapeutic monoclonal antibodies were actually chimeric, and the sort of the humanized ones only came in much later. ADCs, which was mentioned, again, we saw some approvals, but they were problematic, and it's taken a while. RNA therapeutics, apart from the antisense oligonucleotides, which emerged in the 1980s, basically were going nowhere. The broader RNA toolbox was still in the early days. Checkpoint inhibitors, some of the biology had been worked out, but again, it was nowhere near coming to fruition. CAR-T, some academic labs were looking at it. CRISPR gene editing, well, that was a sort of a weird bacterial DNA sequence whose function wasn't understood. So what we're going to look today is actually, when we sort of think about what has happened in the last 25 years, a lot has happened, but actually, did we really deliver what we thought when sort of, we had things like the human genome being the first draft being put together? And if we haven't, why not? And actually, we'll then also look and sort of say, what does that actually therefore mean for the next 25 years? So to help me answer some questions, I'm delighted to be joined by my panel. So let's do it. So over my far right, we have Anne Lane, who's the CEO of UCL Business Limited. That's UCL's technology commercialization company. Next to her is Madeleine Wakelin, who is the COO at Harness Therapeutics. Next to Madeleine is Priya Mande, who's the CEO of RNA Vate. And to my immediate right is Hayley French, who's the CEO of DomainX. So, to kick off, I'd like each of you first to share with us what you're actually doing in 2000 and what your perspective actually was of this new thing called biotech that might be consequential. What did you actually think about at the time? So I'm going to start with you, Hayley. What were you getting up to?
I do remember 2020. Yeah. Okay. So I was just leaving UCL Ventures, which is now UCL Business, where Anne is, and I just qualified as a lawyer at that time. Very excited by the industry for all the reasons you've just mentioned, Mike. And I went over to be head of legal at CAMAR, Centre of Applied Microbiology Research in Porton Down. So I was thrown into a very sort of weird combination then in biological warfare, basically, and what is Dysport, which is basically Botox. So two different very worlds. And at the time, it was around about the time of the Second Gulf War. So it was a very heightened time looking at defense vaccines. And CAMAR was the place. I mean, we had Category 4 facilities. We could make anthrax vaccine. So most of my time was looking at, could we make enough anthrax vaccine? Could we get across the line to the US Army, the British Army? And what else could we start to think about, whether it was plague vaccine, smallpox vaccine, that type of thing. And I started to think, I've been employed as a lawyer, but I started to think, as a business here, could we set up something which is all to do with preparedness and response? And we heard that before, haven't we? Along comes COVID, and we start talking about that. But of course, it was a government-run organisation, and that just didn't happen. And on the other side, we were looking at the Botox, which, sorry, I should call it Dysport, because it was an Ipsen product, and which was there for medical use. And then we started to think, well, hang on, people are buying this in Brazil to get rid of their wrinkles. So it was that's where most of the sales are coming, for cosmetic use rather than medical use. So we spent a lot of time when I was there trying to spin out other ideas, using botulinum neurotoxin, for example, for pain, management of chronic pain. So it was a very energetic time when I was there.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting. It's sort of like the business focus. It was either, sort of worrying about, chemical, sort of biological warfare, or for cosmetic purposes.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't the purpose of initially for the Dysport. It was for medical use, but some of these things spin out into different ideas, and it's a huge market.
Well, yeah, Botox is certainly there. So I'm going to come to Anne, because you mentioned the fact that you were sort of at UCL, and one of the things you were trying to do at CMR was to commercialise some of the ideas that they had there. Anne, you've spent much of your working life in technology commercialisation, particularly at UCL. So what were you actually doing in 2000? And again, what has sort of surprised you about what has happened in over that 25 years?
I mean, I think it's changed completely in tech transfer since 2000. I actually took over Haley's portfolio. And your notes, which were quite informative. But I mean, I'd just come back from the US and Canada, and I'd been working for a spin-out up in Montreal, where they had a lot of funding to get companies started. And actually, it was sort of at the end of the AIDS epidemic, and 3TC had come out of a university in Quebec, and that was the big thing. So I'd seen that. When I was in the US, Millennium Pharmaceuticals had just started up across the river from Harvard, and I come in to my postdoc lab, and the lab next door would have gone lock, stock, and barrel to Millennium, everybody in it, and that happened on a regular basis in the US. But when I came back to UCL, and I'd actually done my PhD at UCL, so I knew a lot of the people who were still there, that sort of thing didn't happen. It was really not the done thing to leave academia and go into industry, because once you did that, effectively there was no coming back. There wasn't very much money to get things started, and tech transfer in a lot of universities was done as sort of part of research services. So it might just be given to someone who dealt with research grants but didn't have any either commercial experience or legal experience to know how to protect it. So a lot of things were lost, and academics didn't really want to do it either. So at that point, it was very much blue skies research. Commercialisation wasn't really what they wanted to do. They thought it suppressed academic freedom. And so you had a really tough time trying to get things out of the university to make impact.
Right. So when you took on the job, did you actually think, I can sort of replicate what we've sort of seen in the States, where they had a more professional approach to sort of tech transfer, and would sort of encourage academics to actually embrace entrepreneurship? I mean, did you sort of think that that was, something that would be possible? And
no, definitely, because there were some sort of green shoots of that, and different departments actually had quite a lot of that work going on. So I think that one of the first areas I was dealing with orthopedics, and that is treating people making devices, and they need to be out there and protected. So actually they were already geared up to do that, and there was a lot more applied research starting. But I think the other thing that was leading on as well was life sciences at UCL was their key. About 70% of the research funding at UCL went on life science research. And they were just starting looking at cell and gene therapies then. And now it's been transformative. But then it was very much, what's this all about? That's never going to go anywhere. But you could see people starting to think in a different way. But I think more importantly, you could see the university starting to think in a different way. So they were looking at making roles more flexible, looking at career pathways to include things like granted patents, which was really quite radical then. And actually there was a lot of competition between departments to do that, which I think was actually a good thing. Equally, there were pockets that didn't think it was a good thing at all, and there probably still are. Yeah. But I think it's completely changed. It was very, very different then. We've got people knocking on the door now versus us trying to get into locked offices then.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that and sort of think, so what has sort of catalysed that change? So Priya, you were at Glaxo Wellcome just at the time it was going to morph, into GSK through the merger with SmithKline Beecham. I mentioned in my introduction that within pharma there was a lot of scepticism about biotech. So what was your thinking about these upstart biotechs, and what did you think that they might actually be able to achieve?
Yes, well, actually, I remember the time very vividly because I was doing my MBA at the time at London Business School, and as part of that, you're quite correct that Glaxo Wellcome was going through this 13-month process of trying to merge with SmithKline Beecham to form GSK, which was having antitrust issues. We had to do divestments of assets, which I was actually looking at as part of my MBA thesis. But we had a pre-panel call, so I went back to look at my thesis, actually. Around that time, I was interviewing a number of the R&D executive and also the commercial teams. And there was a lot of discussion at the time around corporate venturing and intrapreneurship. So we talk about entrepreneurship and biotechs. There was still degrees of skepticism, not invented here mentality, which I think we've seen since has disappeared. But this real prevailing assumption that if we could just bring some intrapreneurship and innovation, we would be able to create an organization that could have, individuals could be empowered, we could set up autonomous business units, and that actually led to the creation of the CEDS. So the Centers of Excellence for Drug Discovery was actually a model that GSK then rolled out upon the completion of the merger. And in the development space, that was called the MDCs, the Medicinal Development Centers. And the whole of that time, it wasn't just looking at how can we internalize and ensure we can engender innovation within a big engine, if you like, an oil tanker type model, but also all the way through to compensation. So how could we create internal CEOs within the new world of Glaxo? There was a real recognition, actually, that biotech was coming and the innovation was there, but there was, with all due respect to people who are in the audience who are any pharma company, I think this is true. I've worked with several pharma companies directly and also in partnerships. That there can be sometimes a prevailing assumption that biotech cut corners, that they, maybe the quality isn't quite the same level as the pharma side. And so there was a real sense of we want to bring in the innovation, and so also this venturing unit, we could externalize drug development more generally.
Yeah, so I remember when sort of the SEDS, etc., were being established, and I seem to remember that the sort of the argument was that what they were trying to do was recreate the sort of the innovative excitement of biotechs within the pharma, because it was thought that pharma research and development was a bit staid and a bit slow. So how did that work out? I mean, did it actually achieve what they're hoping to do?
Well, I mean, it was a productivity challenge that actually most of the pharma companies were facing at the time. Patent cliffs and actually a lot of the issues that we face now, frankly. I would say, I mean, I left at a certain point, obviously, but from my perspective, I think in terms of engendering innovation, which was the number one objective, and actually really pushing forward local accountability and, and a devolution of science, if you like, I think it did create those internal market forces. It didn't extend to the original thesis, if you like, which was that these SEDs and MDCs would go out and get their own money and they would have to compete for finance, etc. But I think it was part of the whole movement towards trying to, move away from just a linear R&D approach to having specialties and having prioritization and being able to look at the model that way.
So Madeline, I mean, to sort of conclude these sort of introductory remarks, in 2000, you were actually still completing your PhD in molecular virology. So, as a sort of a newly minted, sort of post-grad student, what did you sort of, what was your vision and view of biotech, and was this something that was exciting you?
I regret to say that back in 2000, I probably was a bit disdainful of biotech and industry as a whole. I was set on being an academic and pursuing an academic career, and I was going to have my own group within 5 years and perhaps go off and pursue virology at the CDC and study hot zone viruses like Ebola. So I went off to New York and I started a postdoc and realized quite quickly that I wasn't enjoying it. And then 9/11 happened as well, which was another world-changing event back in 2001. And I came back to the UK and segued quite quickly into my first industry job, which capitalized on my PhD and postdoc subject of herpes virology. So I started with Biovex, who was a UCL spin-out at Milton Park at the time, and we were developing oncolytic herpes viruses for cancer. So I was lucky enough in my very first job to work on a product that actually made it to the market, which was T-Vec, and then later Biovex was acquired by Amgen. So I lost my disdain quite quickly. I think the perception at the time was that if you go into industry, that's fine if you want to be told what to do, and there was a lack of a perception of academic freedom in industry. And actually what I found was that wasn't the case, particularly in biotech. It was somewhere where if you wanted to be part of the journey, you could contribute and your opinion did matter. And I think that's why I've always loved working in small biotech, where it's more family orientated perhaps, and you're allowed to contribute to the conversation.
So what was it, though, that sort of prompted that road to Damascus experience? Was it the fact that there were no postdoc jobs in UK academia, and there were in biotech because they received all this money in the previous year or two?
As a very, as a young postgrad in the early 20s, I'd come back to the UK and I did have a real crossroads moment. So I'd gone for interviews at Oxford, and I was offered a postdoc at Oxford and offered the biotech job pretty much in the same week. Actually, the biotech job was offering a little bit more money. So, in those days when that was an issue.
Yeah, that's always
yeah.
Follow the money. Yeah, that's a good piece of advice. So look, the title is has the past 25 years of life sciences R&D actually delivered on expectations? So I'd like each of you to share some thoughts on what developments have actually impressed you most. And Priya, I'll come to you. You're the CEO of RNovate. It's an AI-powered RNA therapeutics company. Back in 2000, we had the antisense oligos, and that was about it. So, how impressed have you been, or what has impressed you about the progress we've seen in the development of RNA technologies? Yeah,
I am obviously clearly very biased, so I have to preface my answer with this. But I'd like to maybe broaden it out just more generally to nucleic acid therapies. And so I would include DNA type vehicles, as well as looking at, for example, CRISPR and gene editing. I think, I am, tremendously impressed, and I would really reference that around who would have thought that in the year 2000, if there was to be a global pandemic, the UK would be the country around the world that would actually deliver the first vaccines. I think it acted as a catalyst in terms of RNA therapies. We all know that. But I think, there has been that is a great example of where, when you have the convergence of all of the elements that's required to get to a solution, we can do it within the UK. And I say that with some knowledge. I was actually on the vaccine task force, the UK government COVID-19 vaccine task force. So I think bringing the convergence of the scientific knowledge with the regulatory will, and the technology's there, but you need all the steps, the manufacturing collaboration, you need all the different technologies to come together at the same time, get into clinic as quickly as possible to be able to get to marketed products. So from my perspective, I would say, yes, we have delivered.
All right, so there's a big tick there.
Yeah.
And the proof is in the pudding in terms of the RNA vaccines. So Madeleine, you may have some sort of thoughts on sort of the development of RNA technologies, but also, I'd be sort of interested. You sort of done sort of the oncolytic viruses. You've done the sort of cell and gene therapies. So how well have we done in those fields? When you sort of think about those early days when you just decided that you were going to jettison the white coat and come to the dark side, sort of the ambitions that people had. Do you think we've been fulfilling them?
I think on a lot of fronts. You're right. I've hopped around in lots of different modalities and different biotechs over the years. I think in infectious disease, things like the development of the antiretrovirals, back in 2000, AIDS was still seen as a death sentence. So now it's a more manageable condition than it was before. There's the vaccine for Ebola, the disease that I wanted to work on in the past. So there's been lots of things that have really transformed. I think with RNA in particular, Priya, and I'm sure you'll agree with me here, back when we were doing PhDs, RNA was just the intermediate to the protein, DNA to protein. And who knew about all these other functions that RNA had within the cell, this amazing microenvironment of regulatory molecules that are doing lots of different things. And I think we still don't fully understand non-coding RNA. And that's why I'm so excited about what we're doing at Harness, is that we're able to modulate this microRNA environment and upregulate protein expression. And that's not something I would ever have expected or anticipated back in those days.
Yeah. And I think what we'll do is we'll probably come back and sort of look and sort of see, okay, what does the next generation of RNA therapeutics look like? So, Anne, in your introductory remarks, you kind of alluded to the fact that in 2000, it was a really, really tough job, right, to get anybody excited, whether it was the university or whether it was to get the academics, etc., to actually do something around sort of commercialization of those technologies. So, what actually happened? What was the catalyst for that change? And have you been impressed by the sort of the professionalization of tech commercialization within British universities over the past quarter of a century?
Yeah, it's still a difficult job.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying it wasn't.
But no, I think the problem if you're an academic is you've got a lot on your plate. So you're teaching and you're doing research and you're trying to get funding, and trying to entice someone away from that to doing something that might not work and might not get them on their career path is difficult. But I think the transformative things were translational research funding and proof of concept funding. So the MRC and the Wellcome Trust brought in translational funding, and also grants that had enough money to get something to clinic. So you could then you could get up to £4 million, and that meant you could actually get somewhere if you were developing a therapeutic, and that made a huge difference. And you know, I think the other thing that brought was the milestone-driven funding. So if we had very small proof of concept funds within UCL at the time, and if someone didn't get to their goal within the first 6 months, the idea was you were supposed to stop the money. But it was really hard to do that in an academic environment when you were a university department, because you get Professor X on the phone to the provost about you in particular withdrawing their money. And then when you had translational funding come in, and you had someone like the Wellcome Trust saying, actually, you didn't get to your milestone in 6 months or a year, the money stops, it very quickly got through to people that actually was a way of funding things. And actually, that's how investment worked. And if you were taking other people's money, then you had to deliver. And I think it was that view of how they could get things to make real impact with the money that was available. And there was more money available. And then I think from UCL's perspective, and probably from other universities' perspective, Syncona being set up made a massive difference. So they were going to put significant amounts of money into cell and gene therapy. UCL happened to be a leader in cell and gene therapy, you know, and now we've got 24 drugs in clinic, 6 of which have already been launched, all around cell and gene therapy. And we could not have done that with the translational funding that was there, or without enough proof of concept, or someone like a Syncona there to do that. So I think it's having that new approach to things that has meant academics actually think, well, I can do that, I can carry on with my grant work, I don't have to leave academia, because actually UCL was very flexible, so they would let people do both. And there's the money out there for me to do it. And then my research can make a real impact.
And so how much support do, for example, the universities give, you know, sort of postgrads and postdocs to actually embrace the sort of the commercial world? Because I remember when I was a postgrad, you know, I had no clue of, you know, what industry did or what it was about, because, you know, like Madeline, I thought I was just going to be, you know, working in a lab, you know, sort of, you know, playing with test tubes all day. So have we sort of seen a sort of, you know, any kind of sort of, you know, evolution in terms of support to almost help, you know, postgrads and postdocs, you know, embrace the sort of the industrial world?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's completely different from when I was doing a PhD and a postdoc. I thought the same thing. You know, I thought I was going to be running a lab, and then you find out that I think it's something like 3% of PhDs actually end up with a tenure track position, because you know, it's just really, really difficult. But I can speak for UCL, but we have lots of training courses for PhD students, but for undergraduates as well, and for postgrads, and for faculty. So we try and do it all the way through. And I think the thing that all tech transfer organisations have realised is you've got a constantly changing audience. So whereas we might try and do a campaign once every 5 years, and we thought we'd done our bit, actually you've got to do it every year, and probably several times a year, just to remind people what's there, what's available to them, because they might not be there the next year. And I think that approach has actually been transformative for us.
Right. So, I mean, Hayley, I mean, you know, it's already, you've already been outed as the fact that you were in sort of tech transfer, you know, in the days when it was still, you know, a really big struggle. So just what have you observed, and what has impressed you about, for example, the professionalisation of you know, tech transfer?
Okay, yeah. I mean, when I left tech transfer, I mean, it was the beginning of the way. We had set out Biovex, for example, which was a big success story. And the reason I left was because I was getting more into the licensing. We were doing deals with AstraZeneca on ion channels, for example. But as Hans said, it really was people coming to us. And there was a whole different mindset. And the academics said, well, I've got a good idea. You need to patent it for me. And then I'm going to do what I want with it. And things have become far more professional now, obviously. And there's excellent science. And just to think about, echo the comments about the mRNA work, but also the CAR T-cell therapy. I mean, it wasn't invented here, but look at the work that's happening, as Anne mentioned, at UCL with companies like Autolus, but also now at UCLH, where they're using the CAR T-cell therapy for MS and extension to other applications. So it's excellent science going on there. And the tech transfer companies are enabling it to get out into successful companies. That was so tough when we were there.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, if I could just jump in on the Biovex story. So the difference there was when Biovex was set up and then when it got acquired, there'd been 7 funding rounds. UCL, and I think it was sold for $1 billion, including earnouts.
Yeah.
That was what it was sold for. So UCL got £9,000. Yeah.
What, you've been that diluted?
Yeah, because we had no
but
investment
it did have
fund.
about an F round, didn't it? Or something?
Yeah, there were 2 down rounds in that. But then you try and explain that to the provost, who was straight on the phone when he realised what the check was. That's quite hard, But now we've had 2 investment funds. We've got proof of concept money. We know how to negotiate equity stakes. Not unreasonably, although I'm sure some people would disagree with me, but and that means we can get significant returns back into UCL. We're allowed to retain them within UCLB for reinvestment as well. We couldn't do what we do if UCL didn't have that approach, but that's the difference: £9,000 to 30 million from our last exit.
So you've got that check. You decided not to cash it because it was so small.
I don't know what happened to the check.
Yeah, I was going to stick it on the wall, and anytime some pharma company or biotech company complains, just go, look, that's the reason why we're asking for this much.
Yeah, who says we should have 2%?
Yeah, no. So that's really interesting. So, but Hayley, I mean, sort of, in sort of the past, well, for quite a while, and I think when we first met, you were at Apitope.
That's right.
And Apitope was a sort of an interesting company because it was sort of developing antigen specific immune tolerance.
That's right.
Yeah. And that was a non-obvious sort of approach. How difficult was it at that time to actually go with something that was a challenge to sort of get investment, etc. And do you think that might have changed now?
Okay. I mean, Apitope was a spin-out from University of Bristol. I can be negative now because it was nigh on impossible. And you forget, like the mRNA story, someone had been working at decades at that, and it didn't get its chance. So, whereas mRNA was pushed into that. So it's the holy grail. If you can reinstate immune tolerance to the antigen, then you stop the disease in its tracks. It's amazing that we couldn't convince people, especially big pharma, and I've worked in big pharma as well, that was a good story. And I got told by one big pharma we were too specific. You're too selective. What we want is Humira, Mark II. So we want something we can then go and treat all the other autoimmune diseases. Trying to raise money was tough. We were looking at MS, and all, as you know, everything's a trend. And we were told that MS was treated, even though people are still dying of MS. And there was nowhere else for, they'd already hit the buffers in terms of treatment paradigms, even though lots of people have side effects and side effects and side effects. So it was near enough impossible. We did get through some financing. Ultimately, we sold the company to a Chinese company. And, because we just couldn't raise that extra rounds of finance that was needed to take a drug with MS, which would be 25 billion for a phase 2 drug. So, and I don't think that's changed, to be honest.
Right. Okay.
Sorry about that. But.
No, hey, you don't need to apologise to me. It's fine. It's the audience. But actually, you mentioned China. I mean, and one of the things that sort of impressed me over the past 25 years is the emergence from absolutely nowhere. In fact, it's even the last 15 years of China. So I just sort of, we sort of, heard in some of the previous contributions this afternoon. I'd just be interested to sort of see, you know, when you sort of think about China, look at China, what do you think?
Well, at the time, so that's 2021, the idea was to go to China because we just couldn't get financed in Europe or the US. So we had a lot of interest, and the money being thrown around was phenomenal. Sold the company. What was really evident in 2021 was an enormous amount of money was being thrown at it by the government, and they're very bright people, but no experience in running companies, so just had shopping lists. It's changed phenomenally since then. So as a CEO of a CRO in this game, I now have to compete with China, which can do things so much cheaper than anything we can do here. So we collaborate with China now. So we use mixed models of trying to run our business, because synthetic chemistry, if you're going to get it done in China at a tenth of the price, then that's what people want. But they want quality. So at the front end of it, we do all the drug design, the drug hunting, and that arrangement works. But China's enormous now. It's not just a threat now. I mean, it's here, and that's it. So you've got to compete and collaborate.
I mean, I can comment. One of the other projects that I looked at when I had my big pharma hat on was actually offshoring and onshoring. And we looked at China and India very closely. And at that time, there was a sort of, an assessment done that actually, well, they had some great back office type capability, but the entrepreneurialism, the business nous, the ability to be able to create real innovation, and then obviously all the IP and the patent issues meant that those countries wouldn't perhaps succeed. And I think that absolutely has been shown to be untrue. I was in India last year. I was super impressed with the level of innovation that's coming through there. I know we talk a lot about China's speed. There's also China and Indian cost advantages, and I think we need to take both those territories very, very seriously. I think they are real competition knocking on the door of UK PLC and Limited. So yeah, I think that we underestimate the rest of the world at our risk.
Yeah. So Banquo's ghost has arrived. So what I've got another 10 minutes, yeah? No, God, crikey.
Can I just pick up on one point that Anne mentioned about funding? And just looking very specifically at the mRNA space, because I did talk about it being a real success story, but there are actually a couple of caveats to that. Actually, in the early 2000s, if you look, Carico had made the modifications to linear mRNA, which was really foundational, was actually subject to the Carico and Weizmann Nobel Prizes that were issued in 2023. Modification was able to improve stability and translation efficiency, so functional efficacy. Without that, RNA therapeutics were considered too unstable. They would be triggering the innate immune response, and also there was a need to really look at what was going on for the delivery angle. But actually, they really struggled for funding for all of that period. If you look, the Modernas, the BioNTechs, the CureVacs, the various different companies were really struggling for funding during that period. It was only when, and I come back to the fact that there was sort of the convergence, almost systems thinking, looking at it sort of piecemeal across all the components of the technologies. We have genomic sequencing coming through and the advancement with technology, then the regulatory environment, plus the delivery technology, plus then the clinical trial. And then the final catalyst was the actual need, and everyone started thinking in a joined up manner. That's when you saw the real convergence of it becoming now a very established modality, as we see from Capston's acquisition by AbbVie for over 2 billion, and Strand Therapeutics just raised 150 odd million Series B just a few months ago. So again, that was inconceivable a couple of decades ago.
Yeah, but do you think actually, obviously there was a sort of an absolute need. We had to do it at speed. Do you think that people have kind of then gone back to the sort of the bad old ways, or do you think actually they've embraced all the good stuff that was able to deliver?
Honest answer, I worry that we've gone backwards.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, everyone, hope I haven't offended anyone. I'd love to say that we've taken on board all of the learnings and we're working at pace, but I worry we're not.
It's okay. I have a reputation. I can't.
We are at R-Innovate, by the way. Sorry, just for anybody, any investors out there. Yeah. We are at R-Innovate.
Okay, obviously because let's say Tony's like hovering. I'm going to sort of ask you guys to sort of sort of look and sort of think about, okay, what we've achieved, what is possible. And I'm going to come to Madeline first because sort of neurodegenerative neuroscience. Sort of Olivia was sort of saying how she killed off neuroscience for a while, but she's pleased that it's come back. So as we look forward, I'd like each of you to sort of talk about what are you looking forward to in the next 25 years, and I'll start with you, Madeline.
Which I'll be very brief because Tony is now looking daggers. I think there's been, neuroscience and neurodegeneration in particular are still incredibly challenging areas for science and for therapeutics. But I think where we're starting to see some real optimism, we do now have a couple of therapies out there with disease-modifying capability. And 20 years ago, that wasn't even dreamt of. So they're not cures, they're not amazing, but it's that we're wedging open the door. So that's fantastic. And I think where we're starting to see other evolution is around the area of CNS delivery. So we're going direct into the CNS, and we're starting to see rapidly evolving technology in terms of the devices and the capability that you can use for that. And I think something we also need to concentrate on in terms of growing the area is the infrastructure. So I think we saw with the rollout of donanemab and lecanemab, the real infrastructure is just not there yet in terms of MRI machines and the accessibility, paving the way for being able to roll out these therapies as we move forward.
Priya?
It was mentioned earlier today, longevity, age-related disorders. I think there's a whole raft of new areas that we need to open up, and quickly.
Okay.
Okay, so I think it's the CNS as well, and hopefully we're going to see gene therapy for Alzheimer's dementia and ALS would be nice. I think a lot of focus will be on longevity.
And Anne?
No, I agree with everybody else.
Yes.
And I think, the gene therapy we found for Huntington's chorea at UCL, that was a death sentence before. And now that's hope, and that opens things up for lots of other diseases like dementia as well, to find cures for those, not just, treating symptoms.
Right, okay, thanks very much. So, it's a pity that Tony stood there, because we're only keeping you from the drinks. Craig, it didn't start a stampede, that's okay. I think what we've heard is that, in fact, there's been quite a lot of... Spicy hasn't got one of those hooks. We've seen a sort of a lot of advances. Interestingly, and sort of I guess the sort of the elephant in the room that we didn't get a chance to discuss, because I think Tony didn't want me to go down this pessimistic route, is when you sort of think about the UK. We've heard it's all great science, etc., but there's been we still struggle to build biotech companies at scale. So, I mentioned, the fact that we had people like, Actelion and Genmab in 2000 were doing IPOs. They became multi-billion-dollar companies, whereas, companies, the British companies, they get to a certain size and then they get sold, and then all of a sudden, that's when there's a bonanza. So it's a bit like your $9,000 check. And I guess one of the things that we need to fix is how do we, ensure that the sort of the science and the scientific endeavour is properly rewarded, particularly in the next 25 years. But I'd like to really, really thank you for your efforts. It's been really interesting, and we could have gone on for a lot longer if it wasn't for somebody. Anyway, so if you could show your appreciation to our panelists. Am I going to be invited back next year?
Well, I mean, to be fair, there was a bit of flex in this because I didn't need 10 minutes to do closing remarks, because I think it's been a great day. You don't want to stand here listening to me rambling on when the drinks are served, networking to be done, or trains to catch. And just really thankful to all of our sponsors, exhibitors, speakers, well, most of them, and you, the delegates. But we hope to welcome you back again next year on the 10th of December. But for now, just thanks to my team that allows me to stand up here and come and annoy Mike. I could listen to this for hours, but we have networking to do. And the board that support us, you'll see members of the board still here in the team. If there are things you'd like One Nucleus to look into doing more or less of, or new things that would be helpful, we've heard about so many challenges today. And I put up this morning, for those who are here, some of the new things on the horizon for us, and we can circulate those and keep you informed. But generally, it's just we're lucky as One Nucleus to be custodians of a fantastic network, which is you guys. And you do wonderful things every day. So keep on doing them. Come back and tell us about them next year, and we'll see you at the drinks. Thank you very much.